Let me know when we're showing up on YouTube, and I'll say good evening, ladies and germs. Yes, we are live. Everybody can say hello if they want. Or not. Silence. Well, this is starting off good.
And it's all been NASA's.
It'd be alright if I was over here.
I did my homework.
Well, snow is fake in Australia with all those snow machines everywhere.
Hello, I was talking to myself over on the. I was wondering why no one was talking.
Well, snow is fake in Australia.
Okay.
Terry, you're the best.
Yep. That's good.
Oh, we're live.
Yes, we are live.
Oh my God, you could have given us a heads up here.
We're alive or alive?
Are we
60
live
seconds.
or are we live? Oh, that's where the delay's coming from. I've got to fucking mute YouTube. Jesus Christ. I kept on hearing myself. I'm thinking, who's that fucking ugly cunt of a voice I could hear?
I thought exactly the same thing.
And there goes
What do I
monetization.
do?
Oh, sorry. Is this a G-rated show? We've just gone up to PG.
It's 15 plus.
I didn't even know we had a rating.
Oh, what category? Oh, here we go. Category entertainment. Very, very interesting category we've got here. Entertainment.
Well, I didn't know what to put it, so I thought entertainment's generic enough.
Yeah. Plus, we got Bandy the Clown.
Wide open to you.
God almighty.
Let us know.
I give the show 5 stars.
Let us know if anyone drops in over in Discord in case we can.
Yeah, all right.
In case we swap
I've got
around later on, because Rich is not here, so.
I've got Discord up.
Surf's over there.
No, they had to go AFK for a minute. Something to do with a dog. I'll leave Rich in because he should be here soon.
Happy days.
Okay.
Happy days.
Right, now if I go
How can I find out where I am?
You're there.
Welcome to live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines.
What guidelines?
Oh shit, I can't open another one of them.
We've got
Oh,
guidelines. We've
it's
got
those-
guidelines now.
Yeah, it's those global ones, Bandy, so you don't have to worry about it.
Oh, which one are they? The latitude or the longitude ones?
The GPS ones.
What GPS? Where's GPS come from?
The ground positioning system.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's the God positioning system.
God. I am God.
Can we clip that?
Clipped.
It's recorded now, so it's clipped anyway.
Look at how God's back and he's twice as
That's right. God is coming for you.
God's back and he's twice as genocidal.
He's going to raise the dead and kill them again.
Yeah, it's too easy the first time. Wipe them all out. Fucking Ice Age. Wiped them all out the first time. Started again.
Here's a mud flood.
Oh, yes.
Reset everything.
Well, see, we needed the mud floods to get rid of all the giant trees and bury all the giant axes that buried the giant trees.
Do you know that the term mud flood is actually a contradiction in itself?
Kind of, sort of.
Well, a flood is an excess of water. Mud
Yes.
is not water.
No, combination.
Yeah,
I
but
see.
you can't have
No,
mud without
no.
water.
Yeah, but it's not technically water, it's mud.
Well, it's technically earth and water.
Yeah, flood doesn't have to be water.
But that's what the definition of a flood is an excess of water.
does a floodlight put out water?
That's why I get wet every night.
Okay.
Isn't it a landslide though if it's like a mud?
Yep.
How fast does a floodlight move? 300,000 kilometres an hour?
Roughly.
Well,
Who
the light part of it does.
measured this, Carl? Seriously, we're back to this again.
All right, Bandy. Here's a question for you.
Radar
You turn the
gun.
light switch. You turn the light switch on, and the light comes on.
Yeah.
Can you tell me how long that takes?
With my stopwatch? Yep, I can.
Go on, tell us.
Go on, do it.
Do you really want me to? Okay, I fucking will.
Fucking good luck.
Okay, here we go.
Depends whether it's a
iPhone.
fluoro, an LED, or a halogen.
Your finger can't move that fast.
It's a fluoro, and it's okay. Here we go. Turning it on. Flicker,
It's an
flicker,
On,
flicker.
off.
Bang. 0.78 seconds. That's the speed of light.
No, how long did it take for the flicker to start?
No, that was just the flicker.
They
You
call
didn't
him
say.
flicker,
You didn't say
flicker.
the speed of flicker. No speed of flicker.
Oh, you're moving the goalpost now.
And if the sun is 97.3 trillion million years old, doesn't that then mean that's how fast the fucking light took to get from the sun?
Trillion years old? I think you're out by
A zero, 1
Jeez.
0.
like
Jesus,
Like
man, so I've
3
told you a
zeros?
million times not to exaggerate.
I use that one on my kids all the time. That one,
Yeah.
Paul. Oh, crazy.
let's make the number sound bigger so it sounds even worse.
Exactly.
So you
That's
broke
how we-
3 legs then, Bandy, not 2.
My third leg is well. I haven't tested it since I got my cast off, but it seems to be working quite fine. But that's only because it's self-service.
Well, don't forget the weight-bearing exercises. Just
Oh yeah, don't you worry. I bear weight on it. Don't you worry. I'm looking forward to bear a bit of weight on it. Hopefully the
Yeah, I
weight
bet
is
she
good.
isn't.
Oh, that's a bit
What have I
harsh.
walked into?
Hey,
Rich.
Richie.
we're waiting for you.
No, you won't.
Yes, we
I'm
are.
walking home from the pub.
Yeah, didn't I say we were waiting for Rich?
Yes.
No, you
We're
didn't. No, you said we're going to start this half an hour early so we can finish before Rich gets here. That's what I thought you said.
That's fair enough, actually. Fair enough.
How you
We
going,
actually
Rich?
started like 7 minutes early.
That didn't work.
No,
We started 7 minutes early so we could be 27 minutes late.
So, Bansor, how long
Yeah.
does light take to get from the sun to the earth?
How old's the sun?
No. Just how long does it take light to get from the sun's surface to the earth once it's been emitted from
Well, the scientists say it's about 8 minutes, don't they?
the sun? Yeah, about 8 minutes.
Okay, so
36
the
seconds.
consensus says 8 minutes, right?
Well, that's what they say. That's what it says on Google.
No,
Here's
it's not what they say. It's
What-
what the scientists say.
Here's a trickier,
Well, they
here's a trickier
are different.
question for you, Bansor. How
Oh
long
my
does it
God.
how long does it take light to get from the center of the sun to the edge of the sun?
Now, Paul. All right. Here's the question. Right? What's the sun made up?
That is actually something that's an answer I want to hear. Actually,
Yeah, exactly. Like, how do they know how long it takes to get from the center to the surface?
math.
Modeling.
Of course, maths. Maths is the only way. I want to see a sun
Mathematics.
in a laboratory, right?
Yeah. You can go.
Preferably in a vacuum.
You can go to the go to the Japanese tokamak. That'll show you a sun in a laboratory.
I
Yeah.
want a scale
Yeah.
model of the Earth that represents gravity.
So
Anyway, back to the original question.
the original question.
How long does it take a photon to get from the center of the sun to the edge of the sun?
Oh, well, it's either going to be a really big number or a really small number. They're my two guesses.
Oh, well, what about Mama Bear?
Oh,
Don't worry about Mama Bear. I looked after her 3 months ago. She was quite all right. But I'm going to say
Stake your claim.
17 years.
You're way
you're
underestimated.
well short.
Well and truly short.
Short.
Yeah.
You're about a week short.
About a week short. Oh, that's all right. I was pretty close then. How long, Paul?
About 100,000 years.
No way.
Yeah.
How do they know this?
Yes, Wayne.
Math.
Because it's so dense and so much in there, it gets reabsorbed and re-emitted so many times that it takes so long to get out.
Now, Paul, how do they know what it's made up of? When do they send the spaceship to the sun and get a test tube and take a sample of it and bring it back and test it?
Well, they didn't, but you do know that the sun emits solar wind, which actually comes towards the Earth. Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
Now, I have heard of these solar breezes, right?
Breeze.
on a spring afternoon, you can feel a wee breeze on the back of your neck, right?
We talked about this last night, Bandy.
Yes.
Ask Ranty about that. That's called sunburn.
No, that's called chemtrails, wasn't it?
Chemburn.
No,
Kimburn.
the light signature.
Now, come on. Now, how do they honestly know that it takes 3 days for it to get to the surface?
You mean 100,000 years?
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, 3 days, 100,000 years.
Yeah, same.
Not much difference there.
No,
Semantics.
come on. Exactly. Come on.
Even though he said 17 weeks.
Yeah. Hey, I was close. I said it was either going to be a really big number or a really small number. I went for the small number.
Small numbers.
The small number's 10,000 years.
100,000 years to get to the surface. Okay, then, Paul. All right. Here's a question for you. How long does the heat take to get from the apparent center of the fictional global world to the surface?
I don't know.
Oh, what? So we know about the sun's heat getting to the surface, but we don't know about the Earth.
But who says there's heat emitting from the center of the Earth to the surface?
Are you trying to tell me that, according to the globe model, there's not heat coming from the center of the Earth to the surface? Is that what you're trying to tell me now?
I watched this video the other day that said, well, volcanoes would pretend.
Come on. What? The Earth's core being 6,000 degrees centigrade, that doesn't come to the surface.
Yeah, it
who
does.
told you?
It does, but pretty slowly.
Yeah, how long? How long?
Who told you that comes to the surface?
It has to come to the surface.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
That's the question. Why? Why does it have to come to the surface?
It's quite logical. Thermal conductivity.
Exactly, because solids conduct heat.
Thank you very much, Paul.
No matter how slowly, that's logical.
Exactly. Hey, I did a day in my science class. I remember a couple of things. So how long?
It happens continuously.
No, but how long? But how long? You know this figure, but
It's a bit of a nonsensical question, though.
How is that any more nonsensical than the center of the sun to the surface?
Because we're talking about a photon, like a unit of energy.
We're talking about a unit of energy coming from the center of the Earth.
Okay.
It's the same. We don't know what's on the bottom of the Mariana Trench, let alone what's in the middle of the sun.
Who said we don't know what's on the bottom of the Mariana Trench?
Have we
Yeah,
been
I was
all?
going to say.
Have we
Bandy's
been all?
gonna be there soon.
Citation, please, for that.
Okay. How many drone
He's being a
submarines?
flat
have been
earther.
in? Right?
How many?
Bandy, I got one word for you.
Yeah.
Google.
I am Googling.
I know what's on the bottom of the Mariana Trench.
Water.
Yeah, water.
I'm surprised you didn't say that earlier.
Below that, there's a bit of dirt.
And some weird looking fish.
Yeah. I keep wanting to call it the Marinara Trench.
The marinara. That's disgusting pizza.
Yeah, fish doesn't belong on pizza.
No, it doesn't, does it, Paul? I
No.
100% agree there. It
Not
doesn't.
spaghetti.
There's something fishy about that.
What's wrong with
Yeah.
anchovies?
Yeah, anchovies. Yeah, I'll agree. They belong on pizza, but not.
But they're not
others,
really. They're not really fish anchovies, are they?
Well, what are they then?
It's more like salt.
Yeah, they're
That's what it
90%
is.
salt, aren't they?
Yeah, it's just for salt. That's the only reason you put anchovies in anything, just for the salt flavour.
What about pineapple?
Nah. But you should drink lots of pineapple juice if you want. Is this a children's show? No, it's X-rated now. Carl's confirmed it. It's X-rated. If you want sweet tasting sperm, you drink a lot of pineapple juice.
Carl? Jeez.
Can't help myself.
How do you know it's sweet?
What do you mean? How do I know it's sweet?
Oh, come on,
Exactly,
Bansal.
how
Haven't
do you know it's sweet?
Bansal's tried to suck his own dick.
Who hasn't? Come
He's
on.
double jointed.
Who hasn't tried to stick their feet up on the wall and slowly walk down so you can suck your own dick? Come on.
I haven't put that much thought into it, to tell you the truth.
Come on.
Right.
Come on. Really? Who hasn't tried that little trick? I always wanted to be a contortionist just so I could do that.
Well, now that you got no legs, it should be
But-
pretty easy.
So Betty, contortionists fit themselves in boxes, and I much prefer to stick myself in a box.
You'd much rather stick yourself in a box rather than suck your own dick. Are you shitting me?
Hey, can we get on target, please?
I was waiting for somebody to use a subtle phrase to get on.
Come on, clean it up. All right, what are we doing?
Well, we nearly went through the first bit of the 10 things that all flat earthers said just with Bandy talking. They haven't shown
Are you
the-
shitting me?
No.
What? Oh, what? Flat earthers say, come on, have you sucked your own dick?
No. Go for that one.
Is that point number one?
Many a time.
Hang on, I'll just call up Pratt and find out.
Okay. Give me a
I mean, they globers do say flat earthers don't do their own experiments. Maybe they do.
Yeah, they do. They do their own experiments. They just don't report on them.
Well, we've either got what I'm showing now, or Mr. Researcher has kindly put a couple more extras into homework for us to look at.
All right.
So,
Fire them up. Let's debunk this globe.
so the person that knows what to do.
Just to beat up on Bandy,
Yeah.
Oh my
the actual
God.
heat from the core never actually reaches the surface.
False.
It's the heat from the surface that
Uh-huh.
reaches the surface, right?
Yep.
What?
The heat from the core only makes it to the mantle. It then creates lava, which is then spewed from volcano.
No, you're wrong.
Testing, testing.
Prove it.
What? You're trying to tell me that the heat from your
Testing,
apparent blue spitting testicle doesn't get to the surface of the Earth? Is that what you're trying to tell? Don't seriously go there.
It makes it as far as the mantle,
No,
and then it turns to
that
lava.
is the biggest load of bloody hogwash I've ever heard in my entire life. If you don't think there is no thermal transfer all the way to the surface of the Earth, you need to go back to grade 6.
Okay, prove it.
I don't have to prove anything. It's common knowledge of thermal transfer.
Which one is it?
What?
Convection, radiation, or conduction?
It'd be one of any of those, but it gets to the surface.
No, it only gets as far as the mantle.
No, it doesn't. It can't. It has to continue. It doesn't just stop there. The heat has to continually go through. There is no perfect insulator. None been invented that's going to prevent that heat getting from the surface.
But
So
that then
heat
breaks the second law of thermodynamics.
No. So if you're trying to tell me that heat goes through to where the mantle that you're telling me, and turns into lava.
That's where it stops.
It can't stop because what's it doing? It's help creating that apparent lava, which is also heat, and that heat is also going up. So it's a continuation of the heat. It's a continuation of the energy in one form or another.
Then why do we have no volcanoes in Australia?
What's volcanoes got to do with...
That's bullshit. We do have volcanoes in Australia. They're just
active
just
volcanoes?
Well, you know that to become extinct, it has to be not erupting from, I think it's about 15,000 years or so. But there have been volcanoes in Australia that have erupted more recently than that.
With that, we do have thermal springs in Australia from geothermal heating. May not have lava coming out of the ground. We do have the effects of heating from the ground.
But also, too, Bandit's suggesting that heat transfer has to go in one direction constantly, which is towards the surface.
No.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not suggesting that at all.
Like, I mean, the heat can transfer up and then go back down, can't it?
The heat will go in all directions, but it will continue to go out.
Out.
Yeah, it will.
Out.
You can't
define out.
Well, on your model, that will be from the center to the surface.
Why?
What do you mean? Why?
Heat doesn't have to go from one direction to another purely because you think it does. It doesn't have to go from the center to the surface and keep radiating out, does it?
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying that the heat will go from the center to the surface, and your circular reasoning, right, is not winning the argument. You know that this is a fact. You know that the heat continues up and the energy continues up and out, or whatever direction you want to put to it.
It continues in any direction, doesn't it? It doesn't have to necessarily be in the directions that you're suggesting.
Yeah, no, it goes to the surface. You're wrong. Yeah, and you know it. Clap your hands. You're wrong and you know it. Clap your hands.
Okay. So it always has to go up.
No, I'm saying that it will.
Yes, that's what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying. Don't put words in my mouth.
It has to go from the centre and then upwards and then continue upwards.
Mr. Black.
Yeah.
Yes, right.
I'm very tired, by the way, so I'm really not paying that much attention. I'm also making my bed so I can go to sleep soon.
Oh, you're painting a beautiful picture.
I've been up since 4 o'clock, man. I'm pretty fucking ready. Yes, play me a miniature violin, Manny, would you?
You heard it, did you? And yes, it goes out and it comes to the surface. and will
And
continue
and you got this knowledge.
right
So-
now. I'm
so-
informing you right now, and it has been confirmed through the scientific method.
But
Did you do the experiment?
where's
Andy?
your citation for said argument?
Okay then. Fine. I'm Googling. Fuck yous. I'm going to find a citation. Does the heat... And you know I'm bloody well right. You make me do this just for nothing. Does the heat... No. I can't believe that you think it stops at the mantle.
Well, the other thing too is like you're talking about heat, or are we talking about temperature?
Or energy, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Well, what are we talking about? Like, are we talking about what you
Heat.
measure?
I'm talking heat, actually, from the Earth, centre of the
So,
Earth.
what
It's
you
travelling
measure
out.
with a thermometer?
Is travelling out to the surface.
Right.
So the heat from the centre of the Earth travels to the surface. It has to, through thermal transfer.
It does, but very
does.
slowly because
Yeah.
because the radiative law of cooling depends on the volume and the surface area.
Yeah.
And the Earth being so fucking big means it's got a very low surface area to volume ratio. So
Yeah.
the heat transfer is very, very small.
I would agree with you there, Paul, but
So on the same premise,
it still transfers though, regardless how small, it still transfers.
Yeah,
on the
but
same premise,
the point is that there's also heat being created in the centre all the time too. So it's not like the Earth's going to cool down at at some sort of massive rate and become an ice block anytime soon.
on the same premise, the heat from the sun that's hitting the surface of the Earth will be transferring back to the centre of the Earth.
I don't think that's a very significant effect.
I'm just saying the heat will be going in both ways at the same time, won't they?
Well, the heat from the sun would penetrate a certain amount. But
Yeah,
I don't know.
it'll warm
I don't
up
know
the
how far.
it'll warm up the surface layer, but then that'll be re-radiated as infrared heat.
Almost ready for this video, Terry? Or
Well, I've got this one.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go, Joe. What is it? 6,000 degrees Celsius. That's what it's.
Yeah, it's as hot as the surface of the sun.
Oh, here we go.
Ansel.
Here we go. This is very interesting. The temperature of the Earth's centre, apparently, is 6,000 degrees Celsius. And apparently it's 1,000 degrees hotter than in a previous experiment run 20 years ago. So it's changed by 1,000 degrees in 20 years. Yeah.
No, it hasn't. It's just that we've got better ways of measuring it.
Oh, so they were 1,000 degrees off when they first fucking measured?
Yeah.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
the guesstimation the first time.
It's called the measurement problem, Bandy.
It's called bloody well just lick your finger and stick it in the wind and take your best guess. That's what it's called.
The problem is every time they stuck the rectal thermometer down there, it kept melting.
Oh my
So they had to build a better one.
That is fucking so funny. 1,000 degrees. That's a pretty huge error rate.
Plus, what's the deepest that they've gone so far?
Well, they can only dig 8
8
miles.
kilometres.
Was it?
8 miles, 8 kilometres.
Or is it, yeah, eight of one. It's either 8 miles or 8 kilometres, but that's the deepest. They can't even dig as deep as Mount Everest.
Well, hang on. If it's 8 miles, then that's deeper than Mount Everest.
Yeah, but I think it's 8 kilometres.
No, it's about 12 kilometres.
Really? Let's Google it.
Yeah.
What's the deepest hole they've ever dug?
In
Here we
Russia.
go. Yeah, that's right. What
It's
is
called the Kola Deep.
Yeah, deepest hole dug.
Don't know why they call it Kola. Coke must be pissed about that.
Oh, here we go. It's
Isn't that a
actually you're right, Paul. It's 12 kilometres.
If you're right and you know it, clap your hands.
Boom, boom.
Well, okay, then I changed my thing. We haven't dug as deep as Mount Everest from the top of Mount Everest to the bottom of the Mariana Trench. We haven't dug that.
Moving the goalposts or what?
What?
Of
Geez,
course.
those goalposts are moving a lot.
Yeah, I still haven't found out if heat gets directed from the core to the surface of the Earth.
Yes, we have. Paul confirmed it. That's all that matters.
Of course it does. It just doesn't happen very fast.
Exactly. Come on, if we're going to have some sort of debate, let's have a sensible one.
The heat transfers from the center of the Earth to the mantle.
I mean, has anyone ever been down a mine about a kilometre?
Yes, they're fucking hot.
They are hot, yeah, and humid. Hot and humid.
Mount Isa. Mount Isa.
Yeah, done the granites, gold mines myself. They are fucking hot.
Has Crash got an invite?
Yeah, I'm sorting it all out.
Okay.
You just do whatever you're doing. I'm trying to do stuff over here.
So Bandsaw couldn't come up with a citation for his assertion.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Do you really want me to? Do you really fucking want me to? Here we go.
Keep you busy.
I've been asking for 20 minutes.
Oh, bugger you. Here we go. I'm going to go copy this. How do I copy this? This is you, all right? This is you. I'm going to...
I don't think we're going to get John in either. I can only have 10 people.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can drop out.
I've got... how do I add one?
Don't drop out. Here we go. Who wants this?
It's Crash. Yeah, Crash is in, so I can...
Damn it.
add
Here we go.
Crash.
Here you go, man. It's in chat. Here's my citation. That's all you need to know, what you're doing at the moment.
Somebody find out if John... Can somebody do me a favour and find out if John wants to come on? Because Carl said he'll drop out if John wants to come in.
Okay, I'll ask him. Hold on. I'll ask him, mate. John, do you want to...
Well, I could have typed it.
Oh, you could have, but you didn't.
I was just going to duck out into the voice thing because that's where he is at the moment. He's in voice.
Yeah.
No, John doesn't want in.
John doesn't want in? Okay, then.
Oh, doesn't he? Oh, okay. You're on YouTube. I was in Discord.
Okay.
I'm on YouTube and the Discord at the same time.
Yeah, I don't want to move my screens around. I don't want to muck up the...
No, you just got to tell me which one you want up next, Terry.
Yeah. Well, I had it crash and I don't know what happened to him.
I choose the Chewbacca defense.
Chewbacca.
Did Crash come in?
Did come in, but then he muted himself and then he left.
I got a phone call, god damn it. I'm just replaying what he wrote. Okay then, well, looks like we'll have to start without him.
I thought we'd started.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because I was just thinking, hang on, are we streaming already?
Yeah, we've been streaming for the last
half hour.
Should say here 33 minutes. Now what have I got to do here? I think I've got a screen share.
Screen share and play.
And there's a screen share.
You're screen sharing already. It's on YouTube.
I don't know what I've been screen sharing on YouTube.
Yeah.
10 things that all flat earthers say.
Oh, that's okay for
Yeah,
YouTube.
Bandy's had 17 of them.
17. Oh my god.
But then when I put it into Discord in here, you'll be able to hear it straight away, and that way it won't matter. So don't worry about the YouTube.
Yeah,
stream.
Bandit. Don't mess with Terry's thing, all right? Like
Yeah, Terry's circular reasoning is working.
His process is working. Don't confuse what's going on.
What have I done to confuse anything? I'm only confusing myself.
Okay.
You'd get confused if I told you to stand in a round room and told you to stand in the corner.
Or if someone put 4 shovels up against the wall and told them to take a pick.
Well, if I had a vector point, I could probably work the corner out.
Okay, we'll play this one.
Okay, let's play.
Flat Earthers say. If you're a regular person and you haven't seen my other 2 Flat Earth videos, you may want to check those out first for a little bit of context. But if you're a Flat Earther yourself, don't bother. I'll be speaking directly to you throughout this video. Let's begin.
Who's this tosser?
Number 1 extreme.
This is Professor
It's Dave Explains.
Okay.
Do we need to explain who he is, or does it matter?
It's irrelevant.
Yeah.
He's a person, but you'd have to see what his name is written in there somewhere.
Professor Dave.
Professor Dave.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Thank you, assistant.
Sure, carry on.
Okay.
Extremely problematic side effect of taking the globe and flattening it out into a plane is that gravity makes no sense, and there is no reason for things to fall to the ground. All objects accelerate towards the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's an indisputable fact, and it is also an indisputable fact that any acceleration requires a force to produce it. This is how cars drive, planes fly, people walk, cats jump. It's how literally all motion works. Even charlatans like the Globe Busters accept at least this much, which is why they go off on their rants about magnetic magic, as you may have seen in my previous video. But quite comically, most flat earthers don't even do this. Most of you address this problem by simply listing 2 words, density and buoyancy. Well, I hate to break it to you guys, but these are not forces. Forces are vectors. They have a magnitude, which means a numerical amount, and a direction, which means they have to point somewhere. Density is simply mass per unit volume, or how much matter sits in a particular space. It doesn't point anywhere. And buoyancy is simply a measurement of an object's tendency to float. So allow me to repeat, these are not forces. This is trivial to prove.
Stop. Buoyancy is a force.
No, buoyancy is a reaction.
It's still a force.
It's a reaction.
It's a force, though.
It
It has direction
I'll be-
and it
I'll
has
be back in a sec.
magnitude.
I'll let you
It's a
argue.
force.
Okay.
It's a force. It's a force that opposes gravity. It has units of force.
Because doesn't the buoyancy equation have gravity in it?
Yeah, it does.
But it has a vector.
Look. Well, not everything accelerates at 9.8 meters
But it
per
doesn't
second
have weight.
either.
So,
That's a fucking.
On-
That's a
Yeah,
fallacy.
it
Maybe
all
he should have.
depends
Maybe
on-
he should have clarified that and said in a vacuum.
Oh, we're talking about the 122-foot high vacuum in Ohio with the bowling ball and feather. Is that the one we're talking about?
Ohio?
What?
Yeah.
Ohio.
What?
That's where it is. That's the biggest vacuum in the world. It's in
Doesn't matter
Ohio.
where it is.
Oh, well, I'm just giving you a fun fact, right? A fun fact. I'm trying to educate you, Globies. What the hell? You don't even know where the biggest vacuum is, and it's your biggest go-to, the vacuum.
Well, it could
And
be
a
there where
bowling
you
ball.
are.
No. The biggest vacuum in the world's between Riley's ears.
Oh, that's harsh.
Oh, I was
That
going to
is
say flat Earth
harsh.
Jesus, but anyway.
Oh my god.
I don't know. Is Bandit like a standing in for Flat Earth Jesus
And-
at the moment?
What are you talking about standing in? I never stood out.
You just stand out everywhere you
But
go.
anyway, getting back to the point, you're right.
And getting back to the point,
getting back to the point, Bensor, you're right that not everything falls at 9.8 meters per second squared because we have to take into account this reality called air resistance and drag and stuff like that.
So okay, then this magical experiment in this magical vacuum that they built to drop bowling balls and feathers in at the same rate in no air resistance. What's the one thing that they account for everything, do they? Right? Static electricity, all these sort of things, apparently they're all accounted for. What about gravity itself?
Well, gravity is the thing that's making it fall.
Listen. Well, you haven't thought the question through then, have you? What about the attraction of the bowling ball to the feather?
Well, yeah.
There you go. So gravity, right, is attracting that feather to the bowling ball and they're falling at the same speed.
Yeah, they are. But
Well,
that
then-
attraction. But if they're next to each other, that attraction
So,
would be
but see, that's-
horizontal. Hey,
You didn't account for that, Paul.
hey,
So-
politeness,
so-
dude. Don't yell over me.
The-
That
the
attraction,
size-
that attraction would be horizontal towards each other, not in the downwards direction. So that's not going to affect the rate at which they fall.
How could it not?
Because if it's horizontal, it's orthogonal to the direction of gravity. So it's not going to affect the gravitational force at all.
Did you say orthogonal?
I did.
Gee, that's a big word. I better Google that one.
It means at right angles too.
You could have said at right angles too.
Mass of both of the objects is so small in
Yes.
comparison to the Earth that the actual gravity affected onto both items is going to be inconsequential in comparison to the Earth.
See, a
I mean,
better
it's
experiment.
the same. It's the same as the old flat earther argument. Why don't we get sucked into buildings when we walk past?
Oh my
Well-
god.
Well, you might if you're drunk fall into a building as you're walking along the sidewalk.
Yeah, especially if it's a pub.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know that stairs have a greater gravitational force than anything else on the Earth.
Stairs. Because you're going. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Because people can fall up.
I'm getting a headache.
You want an aspirin?
And we're only on point one.
Yeah, and lifts are evidence of Einstein's relativity because they always seem to take fucking longer than they.
Right, we sorted out buoyancy and density now.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised you didn't bring up the vomit comet. Oh, sorry, Woz isn't here. That's his one.
So my gripe there was he was saying that buoyancy is not a force, but it is.
It's because it's a reactive force. That's
Yeah, but
what
it's
he's
still a
getting at.
force.
The force
Yeah.
that utilizes gravity to come a force.
Nose hurricane alert.
Is a force?
Already googled that.
It's an upward force.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called upthrust.
Mm.
But does that mean that the argument that buoyancy makes us fall to the ground would be actually in reverse? It would make us fall away from the ground?
What the fuck?
It's not an actual force.
I just had a chance to say thrust.
Okay. What about floating? Is that a force?
Well, floating is just buoyancy. If the buoyancy force is greater than the gravitational force acting downwards on the object, it will float.
Like a boat.
Or a helium balloon?
Buoyancy is an upward force exerted by a fluid that opposes the weight of an immersed object.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so we agree that buoyancy is a
There you go,
force.
Right.
Play.
I think we're moving on to the next one.
Maybe was.
Move along.
You say that
Long
objects
little
fall
buggy.
down because they are more dense than the air below them. Why down? Why not up? Or sideways? When you let go of a ball, there is air all around it. How does it know to fall down? Also, objects fall down when they are in a vacuum, which means there is no air below them. What's happening there? Face the facts. Things accelerate down towards the ground because of a downward force. That force is gravity, which pulls everything towards the center of the Earth, which is its center of mass. Denser things displace less dense things because gravity exists. More mass means a greater gravitational attraction. This is clearly why things that are less dense than water float on water. Again, because gravity exists. Rocks are pulled down harder than water, which is pulled down harder than air. Some of your more popular retorts to this include wondering how oceans stay on the Earth while birds and insects can fly. It's because birds and insects have wings. They flap them and generate an upward force. If that force exceeds the gravitational force, they go up. Oceans can't do this because oceans don't have wings. Individual water
Oh, for
molecules
fuck's-
can
for
evaporate
fuck's
and go
sake.
up into the sky because
For
they are
fuck's sake.
so tiny. But when they get up
You
to
gotta
where it is
understand
colder
who's
and
explaining
accumulate
this
into
to.
clouds, they eventually condense back into liquid water. And guess what happens? They fall back down as rain. Hopefully you are familiar with rain. As for planes and other macroscopic objects, again, they go up only when a
This
force
guy's
is
a
applied. When you throw a ball up into the sky, the force imparted on the ball by your arm is greater than the gravitational force. But as soon as it leaves your hand, no more force is being applied, and only the gravitational force is acting upon the ball. So that velocity gets
Wrong. Where was he wrong
He
there?
says, as soon as it leaves your hand, no more force is being applied. But what about fucking gravity
Beans in the
He's
upward
getting to
direction.
that part.
It was getting
and
to that
air
part.
resistance and buoyancy?
Oh, fuck.
No.
smaller and smaller, hits zero, at which point it starts to fall, and it falls faster and faster until it hits the ground. Gravity. Gravity exists, period. Saying it is just a theory does nothing but display that you have no idea what a theory is. Stop repeating what you hear on Flat Earth videos and catch up to the 17th century. Number 2, flat earthers all say, I shouldn't see this thing, but I do, so the earth is flat. Then to justify this claim, you all say the same thing, typically with no context whatsoever. 8 inches per mile squared. None of you have any idea what this means. You can't derive it. You can't calculate anything with it. You can't make a prediction with it. You can't tell me anything about this value at all. When I point this out to you, you get very angry, and instead of answering simple questions, you just link me to a bunch of videos made by con men. Well, I'm sorry, friends. Those people are doing incorrect math, or lying, or both, and they are counting on the fact that you won't do any math at all to check up on them. 8 inches per mile squared is not a valid way to measure Earth's curvature. If you understood math, you would immediately see that this squared on miles is totally out of place. That's because this is a parabolic approximation. This is for doing calculations with a parabola. It's possible that you remember this shape from middle school algebra, but I wouldn't be surprised if you don't. As you can see, the Earth is not shaped like this. So where does it come from, and why do people use it? It comes from the Flat Earth Bible, Zetetic astronomy, and Flat Earth priests use it because they know it's not accurate. It gives them incorrect values that they can use to claim that they shouldn't be able to see something when in fact they totally should. There are dozens of videos on YouTube demonstrating this, several of which reference the actual formula that actually describes Earth's curvature, which as you can see requires trigonometry. Stop blindly repeating what you hear on Flat Earth.
Yeah, I was going to say, who understands all that stuff?
Yeah, I do.
But as Nathan Oakley would say, where do you get your R from? Where do you get your R from?
Oh, besides mathematics is not reality, is it?
Well, technically it's not.
Yeah, they're right. It's not, but it does. But it does describe reality.
But that's where I get my R from.
You get your R
Reality.
from. You get the R from measure by that magical number called pi.
I'm sitting on my R now.
Yeah, that's your A.
Oh.
I'm sitting on half my R.
You got to have 2 of them, Terry, and then it's your R's.
Oh, okay. There's 2 R's there.
R's.
Okay.
Videos and learn some
Bandy's
basic
head
math
just
so that
exploded.
you can do
Is that what it was?
This guy's just a fucking moron.
these calculations for yourself. Number 3, all flat earthers say the same 2 things about water. The first is water doesn't curve, and the second is water finds its own level. The second phrase
well, the
is
second
completely
point is
meaningless,
right.
so the fact that you all say that exact thing verbatim is just one of the many demonstrations that you all blindly repeat what you hear without giving it a moment's thought. As for the first phrase, stating that water doesn't curve is at least a coherent thought. However, it is dead wrong. Put a drop of water on a piece of wax paper or a leaf. What does it look like? A freaking sphere. Isn't that something?
Yeah, that's because of surface tension or something to do with the molecules of water, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
surface tension.
And that's a moronic demonstration too.
Yeah, but
However-
Soundly did an excellent demonstration that the surface of the water is curving, because he filmed a reflection of some piers holding up a bridge in the water, and you can actually see from the reflection that the surface has to be curving because of the way that the reflection distorts.
Is this the Lake Pontchartrain train?
No, it's
One.
the little Thames Bayou one.
Oh, okay.
Where he looks down the length of the canal, and you can see the thing holding up the cross bridge going from one side to the other, and you can see how it's distorted because of the curvature of the water, and it also shows very clearly the curvature of the water too.
Is that the one
Okay,
where
we got
he's
this.
looking down the middle of it, the two roads?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I've seen that one. Yeah.
What's it on, Paul? I'm gonna look at it.
It's on Soundly's channel.
Yeah, you got to go to Soundly's channel and find it.
Yeah. Okay. Soundly.
You can.
It's the little Thames Bayou.
You can post the link in our PM if you find it.
Okay.
Press play.
Soundly.
In your haste to mindlessly parrot what you heard from flat earth priests about water, you forgot to look at water. Water curves, my friends. Look at this curved meniscus. Look at these waves. Water curves all the time. Water is not magic.
God,
It is subject to
seriously?
influence by external forces, just like all other matter. With a spherical water droplet, that's the electromagnetic force. Water molecules make hydrogen bonds with one another, which in this context we refer to as cohesive forces. That's why water has a very high surface tension. And that's why a water droplet remains spherical, so that it can maximize the number of hydrogen bonds that are formed and keep the system at the lowest energy possible. So clearly and indisputably, water curves. In this example, it is due to the electromagnetic force. It is therefore quite easy to understand that it can curve under the influence of any force, including gravity. The oceans conform to the curvature of the Earth just like the land does, and for the same reason. This is why saying that water finds its own level is absolutely meaningless. You think that level means flat, as though on the globe model, water should just magically project into space at some arbitrary angle. In fact, level just means as close to the center of the Earth as possible. What's most hilarious is that even in the tool called the level, which only works because gravity exists, there is a curved bubble right in there. If the bubble is curved, what is the liquid, which is mostly water, doing around that bubble? It curves. It is absolutely astonishing how the things you repeat from Flat Earth videos are incompatible with even the most trivial everyday observations. You should acknowledge that. Number 4. You are all quite perplexed about how Earth's atmosphere can exist next to the vacuum of space. This one is rather amusing because what's happening is that since you have no science education, your only context for the word vacuum is a vacuum cleaner. And again, because you have no science education, none of you understand how a vacuum cleaner works, which is a problem because you seem to think that outer space is a vacuum cleaner. Let's take a moment and clear this up. A vacuum is any region where there is no stuff. Here, there is stuff, like air. In space, there is no stuff, or at least very, very close to no stuff. Space is essentially empty. That's a vacuum. It is not a thing that sucks. Vacuums don't suck. Everyone say it with me together. Vacuums don't suck. Earth's atmosphere displays a gradient because gravity exists. There's a lot of atmosphere right near the ground, and then as you rise, because fewer and fewer molecules will have enough kinetic energy to go so high, it gets thinner and thinner and thinner until there's none left. Then you're in space. It's that simple. Number 5. One of your favorite little gotcha challenges is to request that we demonstrate how water can stick to a ball spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. The implication is that water and everything else should fly off of it like a child getting thrown from a merry-go-round. Well, it's very cute that you get overwhelmed by numbers with 4 digits in them, but in actuality, the Earth spins once per day.
Once a day.
One time
at 1,000
in
miles an
24 hours.
At the equator.
Get on a merry-go-round and have someone push you one time around over 24 hours. Not a very thrilling ride, is it? The issue is that the Earth is really, really big. So if instead of using rotational velocity to describe a rotating body, like a normal person, you try to use linear tangential velocity, you're gonna get a pretty big number. But to be honest, it's still not really that big. Planes go more than half that speed, and sitting on a plane at cruising altitude with no turbulence is just like sitting on a chair on the ground. Flat Earth priests cite these big velocities associated with the Earth and the solar system purely for shock value, and you're falling for it. Stop doing that. Furthermore, this little
bandy
water
number.
doesn't stick
Oh
to
my
a ball
God.
challenge is the strawiest straw man that was ever made of straw. The Earth is huge. It generates an enormous gravitational field. That's why everything sticks to it. A ball is very tiny. It does not generate an enormous gravitational field, so things don't stick to it. Also, unless you're doing this in space, the ball must be very close to the Earth, which, as we just said, generates an enormous gravitational field. So when water drips off the ball onto the ground, your desired demonstration of gravity fails because gravity exists. Stop asking for ridiculous and impossible demonstrations like having to build an Earth-sized object to show you how water sticks to something as big as the Earth. Number 6. Lots of you say that moonlight is cold. This is astonishing for a number of reasons. The first is that it is not related to any claim you could possibly be making in order to argue for a flat Earth. But the second, and much more important detail, is that it is the perfect demonstration of the fact that you have no clue how science
Stop
works.
messing with the screen,
Some
Terry.
flat Earth priest measured the temperature under the moonlight and then again under something providing shade. Wow, moonlight makes it colder. But does it? Shouldn't you add some element of control to your experiment?
I think
What's
they're making the
control,
viewers a
you
bit
ask?
seasick.
Fair question. You see, your measurement isn't evidence of anything. You now have to repeat the experiment when there is no moonlight to make sure that the moonlight was indeed the cause of the discrepancy in temperature. This is something you should have learned in middle school, but don't worry, I'll finish the experiment for you. Take the measurements again on a night with a new moon so that there is no moonlight. Look at that. You'll get the same result. So the moonlight absolutely wasn't the reason for the discrepancy in temperature. What was the reason? Well, that thing that is providing the shade from the moonlight is also trapping in heat that is emanating from the Earth while it faces away from the sun. So, case closed. I'll link to at least one
I don't work
empirical
in
demonstration of this
Fahrenheit.
fact in the description
Yeah,
below.
what's this F mean?
See how important it is to know how to do a science experiment? Maybe you
That's
should
how many
actually
fucks
learn
he
science
gets.
rather than just repeating what you hear on flat Earth videos.
The F in Fahrenheit.
Number 7.
Fucked up.
Many of you say some unintelligible nonsense about water flowing uphill, or that on the globe model some rivers flow uphill. This one is so stupid that I genuinely can't believe any human could fall for it. You'll look at a globe and say that a river flows this way and that this is somehow uphill, because you seem to think that up on the screen is some kind of universal up in space. Well, how about if I turn this a little bit? What do you know? Now it's down. Listen up. There is no up and down in space. This is not up. This is not down. To believe so would be as dumb as thinking that on Earth, whichever way you happen to be facing is north. No one on Earth is upside down or on their side. Up on Earth is away from the surface of the Earth, no matter where you are on the Earth. Rivers flow
No, I'm
from
not.
higher elevation to lower elevation, which is a measure of how far away you are from the surface of the Earth. This has nothing to do with flowing in any particular direction along the surface. This is also why people who make videos acting confused about why elevation doesn't change between various sea level locations around the world are among the dumbest people alive. This is sea level. This is sea level. This is above sea level. This is above sea level. That's what elevation means. Learn the definitions of words before you try to use them in a sentence. Number 8. Many flat earthers remain dumbfounded by the idea that the Earth is slightly closer to the sun in winter than in summer. As I've said before, winter up north is summer down south and vice versa. So your confusion is one of northern hemisphere narcissism.
That's the one that's always got me beat. I never really realised that the Earth was closer to the sun at half.
That's what
Yeah, in our
Yeah,
summer.
we get cooked.
Yeah, it's somewhere between 4 and 5 million kilometres difference that it makes it.
But that's just like a sneeze in astronomical terms.
Yeah, it's not much.
I'm just playing around with the thing because I got to fix it.
Look, Bandy, there's some big numbers for you. You're putting a square peg in the round hole again, Terry.
I'm trying to. I can't. I don't know what it's like on YouTube, so I can't.
Yeah, it looks
try it.
really good right there.
It looks
Try
like
it sideways.
Okay, I'll
Leave
try
it where it
sideways.
is.
How do I make it go sideways?
This guy is a moron. Show me curvy water. I'll show you a wave. There you go. There's your curvy water.
What are you
What's
on,
causing the
Benson?
wave, Bandy?
Oh my god, this guy is a retard.
But
I hope he's not a
Bandy,
school teacher. For fuck's sake, give me a
but Bandy,
Yeah.
do you understand that he has dumbed this shit down?
Fucking dumbed it down, man. The guy is a goddamn moron. I've been talking this whole time through. Have had myself muted. I've been pissing myself laughing just listening to this guy. Oh my god. Show me curvy water. I'll show you a wave. Give me a break. Water doesn't have wings.
But what causes the water to have a wave?
The wings.
It's got hands.
It gives me wings.
Oh, so the water's had Red Bull, has it?
Birds fly because they've got wings. Oh, I'm losing it.
Do understand the demographic this is aimed at, though, don't you?
People like retard Dave. Obviously, he doesn't understand it.
But it is
Hang
also
on,
one
how
of
can you say someone doesn't understand it when they're explaining it to you?
Oh, he's explaining it, is he? By showing a wave, which is curvy water. Are you shitting me, aren't you?
But that's not level water, is it?
That's not level water. Really? You guys always go with, oh, here's some curvy water. Here's a wave. Look at this. Here's a hose that's on. See the curvy water? Mate, that's such a retarded bloody answer to curvy water. It's not even funny. You know what they
Did
mean.
someone mention hose? What are you talking about hose for?
Who? Jose?
It's supposed to be a clean show, Benson. What are you talking about hose for?
Yeah, no hose here.
Mm-mm.
Who's host?
I'm still trying to get over that 9.8 meters per second that they reckon accelerates at. But that was 0.1, so we won't go back there. We'll get through this 10 points as quickly as possible and restrict the pain.
complete ignorance. Here's the Earth. Here's the light coming from the sun. Look at this portion. It hits the Earth straight on. Look at this portion. Because of the curvature of the Earth, the light hits the surface at an angle and is therefore distributed around a greater area. Same amount of heat distributed around a larger area, lower average temperature. This is absolutely trivial to understand. It's why magnifying glasses can focus light to a point and set things on fire. It's how heat works. Flat Earth priests know this. They just pretend to be confused about things that they know their viewers won't check up on. Number 9. Many flat earthers refer to the body of scientific knowledge as scientism. This is meant to be derogatory, implying that science is a religion. I'm very sorry, but saying this just demonstrates that you know nothing about science and probably didn't pass a single science class in high school. Science students are not told what to believe. They are shown how to perform experiments. Even in high school physics, students use blocks and ramps and...
So is this the indoctrination that we get told we do when we're at school? All this,
Apparently
this science stuff. Yeah, that's getting indoctrinated. How to do stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
balls and pendulums and carts and rulers and timers to derive Newton's laws and many other such pillars of science. They personally do the science that has already been done by others in order to derive the knowledge that we already know and prove its validity to themselves. This continues through college and then on into graduate school, where students do their own research and figure out things that no one else has done yet. So using the word scientism only serves to disqualify you from adult conversation regarding science. In actuality, it is quite clear why you adopt this viewpoint, because you just accept whatever you hear if it's what you want to believe. This is why your beliefs are baseless. Since you are incapable of doing anything other than repeating what you are told, you assume that others are doing the same thing, but they are not. Those that are educated in the sciences understand how things work and use this information to build technology, such as computers and the internet, both of which you use to claim that the science that produced them isn't real, in a display of irony so thick that you could cut it with a knife. And to wrap things up, number 10, the pièce de résistance, the claim that we have all
definitely
been
indoctrinated.
indoctrinated, that we have been brainwashed by schools, by the government, by NASA, by Freemasons, by Hollywood. Take your pick. Well, as I have demonstrated in this clip, you all say the same exact ridiculous things word for word, like you're reciting the oath of the Flat Earth Fraternity. So it's a rather silly accusation to be throwing around. The fact that you all say the same things is not surprising in the slightest. What do you do when you want to brainwash someone? You tell them they have already been brainwashed. That's what flat earth priests do. They tell you that you've been brainwashed so that you are nice and receptive to the brainwashing. They tell you that everything you know is a lie so that they can lie to you. It's human psychology 101. Why do they do this? Money, status. It's a way for con men to capitalize on the gullible few who exhibit a combination of ignorance and suggestibility.
They're doing it
It's
for
a
money.
cult.
Really?
You're part of a cult. Not like the kill yourselves with Kool-Aid kind, but it's not that far off. So get angry, call me a shill, call me whatever you want. I guarantee that many of you will bring up these 10 things I just talked about while commenting on this very video, demonstrating that you didn't even watch any of it. Most of the rest of you will avoid addressing anything I said and just vomit a bunch of other different flat earth talking points. But maybe a portion of you will have the courage to accept that you've fallen for a hoax. It's not that big a deal. Many of us have fallen for hoaxes or been manipulated at one time or another, myself included. Just admit that to yourself and walk away. And when you're ready to learn science in earnest, my tutorials will be waiting for you. Thanks for watching.
Because I'm well known in the community, I recognise what their problem is.
Yes, Bandy, his indoctrination will be waiting for you, okay?
Oh, he's definitely indoctrinated. He's deep. He's deep down the well.
Oh, is he deep state, is he?
Oh, deep, deep. He's Illuminati deep. That's how deep.
Hey everyone, so some of you may...
I reckon.
Oh dear.
Oh my God. How many views has that video got? Unfortunately, you just got one more added to it, but how many views did it have? just out of curiosity.
Quite a lot.
I'm going to like it just to piss you off, Ben. So.
I like your form, Paul. That's all right. I'm going to go over and like Riley then, just to piss you off.
Ah, dear.
No, I might like. Who don't you really like? Is it Nathan?
I don't mind when Riley puts out his videos. It's good entertainment. Makes me laugh every time.
Actually, have you been watching Ranty's new show, Paul?
Oh, I've been watching some of them. I sort of haven't had much time to watch a lot of them. Like some of them are like fucking 2.5 hours long. It gets a bit
much
too long.
Yeah,
Bandy, it's had 289,000 views.
Whoa.
All from Globetards, I bet you.
Well, actually, there's been quite a lot of flat earthers who have done it because they actually got that video. Well, not that video, but one of his other videos taken down.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. Got it taken down, but it was up. It didn't take too long to come back up again, though.
Yes, because they realised that the argument for it to be taken down was full of shit.
The rumor was that 5 instigators having it taken down, and all of them got the strike put back onto them.
Yes, quite funny that.
Ah, dear.
That was
Ozzy,
Bacon.
Globy heads around.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Floating in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, Globosaurus Rex.
We'll see if we can fit him in.
Oh, so we can crinkle his chip packet.
How do I do this?
That went for 18 minutes. That's having to sit through that.
Took us an hour to get through it.
Now I've got to add someone.
Any course for your next one, Terry?
Yeah, there's on the same theme. You can either try the that one you posted about facial or lying or whatever they called it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll do that. Change it up.
Flat Earth body language.
Yeah, you sort that out. I'm just trying
Flat
to
Earth
figure out
body
how to
language.
add somebody.
All right.
Shit. The party is full. The group has 10 members. Did somebody say they were going?
Crash would like to join, but his phone's playing up.
Oh, okay. Terry dropped me. Well, you disconnect yourself, Carl.
Yeah, just hang up. You Wally.
Your little phone.
Jesus. Just connect me. You're so lazy, Carl.
Yeah. I can't disconnect anyone. I don't know how to do it.
Click the phone down the bottom left-hand corner.
Right, now I can add somebody.
He's gone. He's gone.
Now, how do I do that?
Drop me.
No, it still says it's full.
Oh, I was going to say.
Carl.
He did it. He's proud of himself.
Remove from group. Right, we got rid of Carl. Now, who am I adding? Chip man.
Yeah.
Chip.
Globosaurus Rex.
Flat Earth's body language.
Guess who I can't add? Oh dear. Hasn't he got?
Oh, is he using his other?
I don't know which one he is. He's got two.
It's the one without the space.
Yeah, this one's got. I've got a PM one with a gap in between the words, so we'll try that one. He has to accept the friend request first.
Is this the only way you can get friends, Terry?
Yeah. Yep, Paul. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm. Oh shit! I forget the word. I'm pathetic.
He's a noob.
Forgetful?
No,
he's a noob.
Pathetic.
Noob.
No.
No.
You guys are all my virtual friends because I haven't got any real ones.
It's by proxy.
Don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic.
Come on,
Saber friends.
I'm trying to message Glober. How do I do that?
Message.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Yeah, it's just, is he messaging the right one?
I don't know. Yeah. Technical difficulties here. Right. Now what?
Technical difficulties or communication issues?
I'm trying to work out how to. He's in the group.
Yeah, but he's not on that one. He's on his other one.
What?
I'll try that one. Has he got the sheep? There's two of them. What the? What the?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh dear.
Who dropped out?
I dropped the sheep because I think he's the other one. I can't remove him from the group. I'm trying to get him in. I'm trying to get. I've got the sheep as a friend, but he's.
Well, it says that one's online.
Oh dear. I'm confused. Which one are you? I got no idea.
He's online, Terry.
Yeah, he's online. And I've got him. I got the friend thing. I just invited him. Where did he go? Ozzie Globe, the one with the sheep. But then the one here's got Carl lurking. So it's not that one. Look, I'm going to remove that.
Now try again.
And now try again. But I'll get the one with the sheep, because that's the one it's showing online.
Aha.
Haha.
Hello.
Hello.
Aha.
Oh, you trying to trick us or something? I'm trying to get... You got the Carl one, it's the lurker icon, and it's not that one, it's the sheep one.
Yeah.
He's lurking.
It's Lurch.
Right. We're happy now?
Yeah, I deleted the Carl one.
We're in business.
Okay, we're right now. We're back to what we were doing.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, where were we up to?
Looking at some wizard or something.
It's in the chat, Terry.
It's in the chat, Terry. Not in here, and it's not. Not in PM. Oh, yes, it is. Sorry. Open link.
Natural gas makes the fire that increases sociability and
steamed off. So we're going to be analyzing.
Okay. Turn on screen share. Application window. Share. And we should be getting scene selection.
There's my favourite flat earther, Mark Sargent.
There we go.
He's in here for you, Bandy.
All good on the YouTube side, I think.
Yep, it's all good.
Okay. Here we
Up
go.
and running.
Here we go. Oh, I've got to start from the beginning. Where's the beginning?
About there.
What secrets does the Flat Earthers' evidence and body language reveal? That's next. Welcome back, Shakers. Derek Van Shake here. As you all know, we are a serious body language and investigative channel. We should never distract any investigation with laughter, humor, and jokes. No, never on this channel. We don't do that here. So let's not laugh at the Flat Earthers while we analyze their very serious evidence and body language to find out what secrets it can reveal. Now, let's get started.
They believe the Earth is a flat disk which looks like this. The North Pole is at the center, with Antarctica forming an ice wall around the outer edges of the disk. This is why flat earthers believe the 1961 Antarctic Treaty was agreed upon by all the world's nations, so no one could reach the edge of the disk.
This is what most of the flat earthers believe the Earth looks like. Keep this image in your mind as we continue.
They believe that this is the reason the UN uses this as their symbol.
It's exactly the same as the UN logo. Flat earthers literally took the United Nations logo and made it their map of the world. Their map wasn't based on scientific studies, geography, cartography, and certainly no measurements. But wait, it gets so much better. Notice how the southern hemisphere continents look a little squashed. That's because the UN logo was depicting the globe as if you're looking at it from above at the North Pole. Of course, the only way to accurately and completely show a spherical object in 2D is to show it like this, and that would make a terrible logo.
According to flat earth theory, gravity does not exist. Flat earthers believe that all imagery from the space program has been faked.
They call themselves the Flat Earthers, and we're here to try to understand what's behind this unconventional view.
Now, National Geographic tries to prove with science why the Flat Earthers are wrong. But scientific facts aren't going to change the minds of people whose map of the world is based almost completely on a logo.
A recent survey of Americans found that 2% believe the Earth is flat. Mark Sargent, who's one of the leaders of the Flat Earth community. Mark used to design video games and run software trainings. Now, he devotes himself full-time to promoting the Flat Earth.
Yes, a former software guy is one of the founders of the modern Flat Earth movement. When I first saw this guy speak, his body language and verbal dynamics seemed...
He's only started around 2014 or 2012 or something, didn't he?
I was about to say, Terry, don't forget to stop it on this one.
Yeah.
Yes, you might get pinged on this one. But Mark Sargent, the failure of a man, couldn't get Patricia Steer, yet Antonio Subarats could.
What's he got that Mark hasn't got?
He's got daytime, nighttime, sexy, sexy, sexy.
Apparently, Eric Dubay was pissed off because Eric Dubay claims that Mark Sargent stole all his...
That was Matt Powerland as well.
Yeah.
Matt Powell. Ooh.
Powerland, his name is.
You can drive a bus through his forehead and you still miss his brain.
It's ironic, isn't it? It's ironic, isn't it? They're fighting about who stole whose nonsense.
That was my bullshit first.
I invented this garbage. It's mine.
Get your
But
own.
that's the same. That's the same as the Mormons and Jehovah's. They stole half their stories from the Bible when they made their own book.
Oh, it's not their own book. Okay.
Off. So we're going to be analyzing him. This guy could be just pretending to believe the Earth is flat.
This movement is about changing the world, literally. You think for the longest time that you live here. But what if it wasn't this? What if this was just the illusion?
We have photos from space that prove that the Earth is round.
I've seen him have an interview with the National Geographic interview that I've got as well, where I think it's the same person interviewing him at the Salton Sea experiment.
That's this, Terry.
Oh,
That's this video, buddy.
Okay.
Right.
Mark agreed with her on something he should be very much against.
We have photos from space that prove that the Earth is round.
Right.
And his subconscious head nod was also congruent with what he just said, which emphasizes that he believes it. Now, what if he shook his head and said right? Yeah, it would come across as him not actually believing she's right, which is more in line with what we would expect of him.
And nobody here believes any of that anymore.
He looks over at everyone and makes a very impersonal response, as in those people don't believe that anymore, as opposed to saying we don't believe that anymore. Or, I don't believe that anymore. There's so much more on Mark when National Geographic does a flat earth test right in front of him. But first, let's look at a flat earther leader who, based on his body language and verbal dynamics, seems to truly believe the earth is flat.
Ask all the hard questions to everyone, man, they're gonna just love the fact that you just open.
Meet Robbie Davidson. He's the CEO of the Flat Earth International Conference.
When you're taught that...
I don't know if I've heard that bloke before.
He's the original bloke that started making all the flat Earth conventions and shit up.
Oh, okay. Well, before all the other flat earthers come into it.
Yeah.
Looks like he needs a couple of good Big Macs.
You know, those flat earth conventions that cost you hundreds of dollars to attend.
Oh, you got to pay to get in. Oh, okay.
Of course.
Yeah, quite a lot, actually.
And then they use GPS to navigate to it.
You got to rip you off.
You get big time stars.
So they have members from all over the world?
Yeah.
Yes, the globe.
Around.
All over the world, yeah.
That you just came from nothing, because the scientific narrative is nothing exploded and created everything. And we're crazy. They'd rather believe that nothing created all this. When all of a sudden you start looking into the fact that maybe everything in the sky was put in place for us, there's value. Maybe there's something out there that's actually watching over top of us.
There are many signals that indicate a person is...
Instead, we'll believe that a magical being created it all from nothing.
I like the way he said there's value there.
Yeah, value.
Rubbing his hands.
Yeah, value. Money.
Yes, $300 a ticket to a 2-day event.
And listening to crap. Okay.
Line. But remember, we're looking for patterns and clusters of body language signals, not just random one-off things.
I personally believe that, yes, the Creator is looking right down on us. The sun, moon, and stars were placed in the firmament. We believe the sun and the moon are the same size, just like they appear in the sky.
Same size.
They say, oh, they're further away, millions of miles. They're the same, man. They're both lights. They do different things, but they're the same size. Whoa. I know. It is scary if you think that everything you thought was true was a lie. It is frightening. It's frightening. So I hear you, man. I hear you.
Notice how Robbie doesn't do any self-comforting touches and holds when he's talking about the key points. He's showing congruent body language with what he says. He's not showing coaxing eye contact or diverting his eyes in key moments. He uses the word we to indicate he's personally included. No out-of-place smiles and chuckles, no partial mouth covering or eye squinting and rubbing at key moments. Those are just a few of the signs that I'm looking for. Robbie truly believes the Earth is flat. Now, back to Nat Geo trying to prove that the Earth is round to Mark Sargent and his flat earther friends.
Okay, this is the boat-based target. It's horizontal stripes. We're going to launch a small boat out into the water here.
Look, Bandy, those lines are flat.
Target. Come on, Betty!
No, they're not.
Betty! And as it gets farther and farther...
Look, buoyancy. The boat floats.
I see a lot of density. That's about all I see.
Where?
Yeah, talking about your flat earth friends.
Oh, yeah.
out, you'll start to lose the stripe.
Why didn't they use it as a sail?
And what's really some of the flat earthers, including Mark Sargent,
Oh, look, there's Patricia. I told you she's not lost.
are actually going to be here for this test. They want to see it for themselves.
When was this done?
Yeah, look at this. I am Mark Sargent.
This was.
You have to wear a t-shirt.
2017, I think.
That sounds
Yeah,
about right.
there was a couple of yeah, when they did the Salton Sea. I thought that was last year.
Yeah. Oh, well, but he has to wear a shirt in case he gets lost in the shopping centre.
Yeah.
Still got his mum's phone number written on the tag too.
Probably, yeah. Well, his mum does dress him. This is what you're wearing today, Mark. You're going to be around a lot of people.
Lays his panties out on his bed.
Yeah. And his socks.
She licks her hand. I've got to fix your hair.
And he's told her that he's going to be around a lot of people today. So well, you better wear this shirt just so they know who you are.
Inside of his pants has his address written on him.
plate.
Don't laugh at Mark
Mark
Sargent's t-shirt. I'm sure there's a logical, non-narcissist reason for him wearing that.
What do you think is going to happen here today?
I appreciate a scientific group coming out and trying to do this test. Great. Appreciate the enthusiasm. But cannot work.
Cannot work?
All they get out of Mark is a vague, cannot work. They should have asked him what he expects the outcome of the experiment to be, so they can have him on record with something very specific. For example, I expect no color bars to disappear at all. That's more specific, but of course Mark isn't gonna voluntarily corner himself like that.
Okay, so the test is starting. It's starting right now.
At first, all the stripes are clearly visible. But sure enough, as the boat reaches the horizon, the stripes begin to disappear one by one.
Lost about 1.5 stripes.
Right. So this can only happen why?
Because of the curvature of the
Oh,
Earth.
look, refraction.
Look, parallel lines converging.
But Mark Sargent and the other flat earthers have a very different interpretation of the results.
So you don't think that what we're seeing is actually real? You think it's because of heat?
Absolutely heat.
Mark looks away and up, shaking his head.
She baited him then by saying heat. She shouldn't have said that.
No, incongruent with his words. This indicates that he likely doesn't truly believe what he just said. Typically, the word absolutely is combined with a head nod, not a head shake like he just did, unless you're saying absolutely no, which seems to be what he believes and is communicating.
Absolutely heat.
Does anyone here in Flat Earth believe it's a globe?
Press reset.
Bloody ads.
That's it. We're getting new premium.
You got to play to skip through the ad, Tez.
Set
Is
and
that the
rescue
Estee
your skin
Lauder
tonight
Nightmare
with new advanced
skincare product?
intense.
Put a downvote as you do it. Are you playing through it?
Downvote the ads, yeah.
I'm trying to click it now, but it won't work.
No, anyone, raise a hand. It's not a pair either.
This is a demonstration. It doesn't change anything for you.
Lord, no.
Mark, do you really believe this stuff? Tell me the truth. I'm serious.
Mark was coming across as so deceptive that even the interviewer picked up on it. Watch again, see if you can pick it out for yourself, and then I'll point it out for you.
It doesn't change anything for you.
Lord, no.
Mark, do you really believe this stuff? Tell me the truth. I'm serious.
When she asks Mark that, he bursts out in a duping smile and submissively looks down bashfully for feeling like she just caught him, while he's also using that looking down to conceal his smile. Now in this next part, see if you can pick out some of the deception indications for yourself.
Is that what it is?
It's a shy
Yeah, that's
lad.
with the bashful.
Just shy
like a
lad.
little schoolgirl.
You wouldn't
curtains,
get,
back and
Patricia would
drapes.
get jealous if he got. Okay.
She friend zoned him bad.
You went and played with Orphan Red, and that's when they had their big split. But anyway,
Anyway, that's for another show.
I absolutely 100% believe we are not on a globe. We are part of a giant studio set. All the world's a stage, and you're on it.
First, he starts out saying, I absolutely 100% believe. He seems to be
I don't know what land he's living on.
trying to convince and not just convey. Then he seems to be indicating deceit when he starts shaking his head no as he's talking about something that should be very core to him. I want you all to try this. Say something that you truly believe. It could be something with your religion, a loved one, but say it with a head shake. How did you feel when you did that? For example, I love my wife. How sincere was that? You're probably thinking I'm either being sarcastic or maybe there's something about her I don't really love. So why is Mark seemingly pretending to be a flat earther? Probably fame, fortune, getting ignorant people to believe something for his own personal gain by triggering their emotions.
So this is for me where I think it gets really dangerous because we're going back into the dark ages, right? You're essentially perpetuating ignorance by denying science.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. The Dark Ages, even everyone thought the Earth was round up until the Dark Ages, when things got a bit screwy around there that time.
Yeah, it was. Apparently, Mark Sargent was around in the 1700s.
I do have another video explaining a little bit more in detail about flat Earth in that way.
You know, there's a real life implication in all of this.
Science has had its chance, and they aren't putting up a defense.
She looks so.
What, science is not putting up a defense? What sort of defense?
No.
Well,
Yeah, what fence?
What
fence are we putting up? Is it one to stop the sheep getting out?
Yeah, picket fence.
It's this
fence.
fence. It's this defense. This fence.
It might be the gate.
Confused.
What about the wall?
Mark's diverting by deflecting it back at her. Have you ever confronted someone who you knew was lying and they started to accuse you of what you just accused them of? Mark is doing that. The scientific community just set up this whole scientific experiment, invited Mark and other flat earthers to see it for themselves. They proved the earth is round, and yet Mark is saying science isn't putting up a defense? The flat earthers are the ones who completely lack evidence and any scientific studies. Well, actually, they have explanations and of course ran their own very sophisticated experiments. Watch.
Daryl Marble packed a level on a flight to test if the plane was flying parallel to a flat Earth.
No laughing is allowed. We can't cloud our judgment.
Level on a level plane. That's the worst one yet. Bandy, thoughts?
This guy's a cock. He's worse than the first. What's he after? He thinks he's a bloody comedian. Pretty average one at that, I must say. Like, he's just after clickbait. He's after cheap laughs. He's got absolutely nothing. And what is he? Some wannabe bloody body language expert, apparently. Trying to make a name for himself.
Are you going to sit there and say that Mark Sargent isn't lying through his teeth?
What do you mean? What's he lied about?
His body language says everything.
His body language definitely says that he's lying. And
about what?
He knows he's
about lying. What? About what?
Everything he says.
The flat Earth. Believe what he's saying.
Ah. So you can prove that just because he turned his head one way and his nose and raised his eyebrow.
After watching this, if you go back and watch all of the Mark Sargent style videos, you can actually see it in a lot of them.
Yeah, I don't actually watch him, but that's neither here nor there. That's a pretty big claim to say that from this young kid, right, this wee boy, watching a few videos, he's concluded that Mark Sargent is lying all the time from his body language. Yeah, nah.
What, so you don't believe in body language can tell what a person's saying if they're lying or not?
100% I do. 100%.
And police use this when they're interviewing suspects.
They use it as an indicator. It's not evidence. Body language is not evidence. You cannot be convicted on the body language.
Andy, does your body lie when you are excited about a woman?
Oh, my body never lies when I'm excited.
Saying it doesn't lie.
Does your body lie when you need to go to the toilet?
Well, how could it lie?
Because the asshole is the boss.
Well, it is. It is.
But that's the exact same reasoning that he's using when talking about someone lying.
Ah, okay
so
then.
There's telltale signs that most people use when they're portraying a lie.
However,
actually,
in defence, depends on the culture you're brought up in. For example, Indians, and I mean the guys from India, quite often shake their head from left to right when they're saying yes, because that's their culture. So it's a cultural thing and a thing that depends on the culture you were brought up in.
Yeah, they go, oh yes, I tell you very much so, but my head is shaking the other way.
Exactly, because they are brought up that way. They see that and they show that.
Yeah, but we're talking about
Sergeant,
totally
who's an
white
American.
guy from Middle America. He's not Indian.
So there is it all depends on your upbringing and your culture and stuff like that.
When we're evaluating this man's scientific evidence.
That's a little basic.
I know. It's so simple, it'll go right over your head.
Circumnavigation is really just a flat circle path. They argue that gravity as we know it simply doesn't exist. The flat disk of Earth is merely accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second.
Gravity's a deception. The sun and the moon are these transcendental, cymatic luminaries. Do you feel yourself spin?
I don't know how many times I've tried to explain it to them that the gravity caused by the Earth, by the flat disk moving upward, would it have to be accelerating forever? And accelerating faster and faster. It'd end up reaching the speed of light by the time it...
No, that's not true.
No?
No matter how far, even if you accelerate forever at 9.8 meters per second squared, you're still not going to reach the speed of...
Okay. I thought it...
No matter can...
I thought
the speed of light.
Yeah, okay. I thought the speed increased as you accelerate, because accelerating...
It does.
So you'd be constantly accelerating for it to work.
But you're never going to reach the speed of light.
Right, okay.
Spinning, wobbling, gyrating. No, I'm pretty rock solid. They're lying. I ain't buying.
So who's they?
Oh boy, get ready for it.
Well, basically, Satan,
Illuminati, Bilderbergs, Trilateral Commission, Vatican,
Zionists, NASA of Jesuits, Freemasons.
The Antarctic surrounds the Earth.
There's nothing that screams scientific proof like multicolored Play-Doh.
Seeing it like this, it's not so crazy. The season's changing when the sun is closer and further from the Earth.
It didn't make sense how
Only crazy people say they're not crazy.
water stuck.
Stop. Doesn't that Logan Paul look like Captain Kremen?
Yes, he does.
Go, sorry.
Oh, okay. I was going to go back.
To the ball.
My friend actually conducted an experiment where he blew up a globe and then he drove an RC car off it.
Right, why aren't we flying off?
we don't have toilet water flying out on people in Australia.
Flat earthers actually believe astronauts are just actors.
I've watched over 50 hours of video.
Every single person I talked to became a flat earther because of YouTube video. They did not believe the Earth's flatness, and then they watched a YouTube video.
After, many nights of looking at YouTube videos of flat Earth and trying to debunk flat Earth, just ultimately became a flat earther.
Oh, I went down
He
to the
didn't try very hard.
down in New Jersey, and I did my own testing.
Wow, her own testing. Let's find out what scientific test she performed to arrive at her flat Earth conclusion.
What sort of testing?
So you take a straight edge, and you go from one end, and you follow the horizon of the ocean, and you go straight edge just to the other end, and it's flat.
Yes, you heard that right. She probably held up her Philadelphia Phillies beach towel and was like, I don't see any curve. That's enough evidence for me. Also, the fact that she admitted there being a horizon is proof in itself that the Earth is round.
As far as I know, I'm the first guy.
Yeah, that's the one I'd look at too, with the horizon. We wouldn't have a horizon line if there was a flat Earth. It'd just disappear into infinity. It would be just blurred.
But wouldn't the horizon rise on a flat Earth as you move backwards?
Yes, it would. It would go up.
Really?
Yeah, it's perspective. The laws of
You can only see so far.
No, because
Come on, guys.
the horizon is never at eye level unless you're laying on the ground.
At sea level.
eye level, sea level, same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and also on a flat Earth, you wouldn't have a horizon as such.
No.
It'd be just you'd have the land blending into the sky, like sort of somewhat like you do when you're high up in an aeroplane and you look out. It's very hard to distinguish where the sky and the ground meet. Because you're seeing such a long distance that it tends to blur into one into the other, and the same thing would happen on a flat Earth at ground level.
Yeah.
In the whole world to make a working physical model of the flat Earth.
I guess I was the chosen one, or the calling.
So I named this one Hidden Lands Beyond, because some of us think that there's other lands that they're hiding from us. I mean, you know, we might want to go there, repopulate it.
He taps his belly with both hands, indicating that he personally...
Yeah, he wants to get pregnant.
A wizard without a beard.
He's a seahorse. A male seahorse.
But this one with the extra lands on it, that just goes to show how far-fetched they are.
Yes.
Well,
there's lands out there, but we can't prove it.
There's no people living on these lands, I gathered.
No, that's what he said. We need to go out there and repopulate them.
Well, Jaron once claimed that MH370
You
crashed
wouldn't know
into
anyway
a
because they can't get past the ice wall.
I'll try again. Jaron once claimed that MH370 crashed into a part of the ocean that we haven't discovered yet.
Oh, is that where it is?
Yeah,
No,
yeah. Apparently, because there's a lot more ocean out there than than they're admitting. It crashed into part of the ocean that we haven't found yet. Apparently.
Oh, so he knows what happens to the plane that we don't know where it is, and we have no idea what happened to it exactly, but he knows.
Yeah, he knows it's where we don't know where it is. If that makes sense.
Unfortunately, no, it doesn't.
That's okay.
Can help repopulate.
This rock is just a vertical rocket launcher.
Now this guy, when you're watching him, just remember this one thing. He's a limo driver.
Which no man has ever attempted outside of a government space agency. Time getting to space, 62.8 miles up.
After watching some YouTube videos which prove to him the Earth is flat, what better way to prove the YouTube video correct, which some kid made in his mom's basement, than to launch yourself into space with a homemade rocket?
I expect to see a flat disc up there. There's going to be $2 million worth of parts, and we're going to hire some real engineers this time instead of being built in a garage.
This time he's hiring real engineers? Surely he didn't launch himself into the sky with a rocket he made in his garage.
It's blast off for a real-life Rocket Man.
Holy he did it!
But boom, it's a crash landing.
Please, I don't want to broke my back.
You may be asking, why do these flat earthers seem so stupid, and why can't they just...
And he's doing it again soon, too.
Didn't his parachutes do any good?
No, because he didn't get enough attitude.
Oh, no.
Come on, guys. That's pretty impressive that he built a fucking... Come on, you've got to give him props to fucking rocket that actually launched.
You want to know the more impressive thing? That was a steam-powered rocket.
I know. I think it's brilliant.
Steam-powered rocket.
How high did he get?
I wonder if his next one's going to be nuclear powered.
1,870 something feet.
Yeah.
What's that, Paul?
And that costs them
I said,
$2 million.
I wonder if his next one's going to be
That's what it's going to cost him now to build his second one, he said.
It's okay, Paul. You'll get your sentence out.
Yeah, I'll get my sentence in at some stage without someone interrupting. It's not like I was talking for 5 seconds.
No, like I was
before,
listening attentively for you to finish your sentence.
Yeah. I said, I wonder if his next one's going to be nuclear powered.
Ooh. Okay.
No, I've seen an interview with the actual engineer.
And
it's going to be a single-stage rocket.
Ooh.
Single stage to orbit?
You know the unimpressive
Just a single stage rocket. They said nothing about orbit.
Oh, damn.
Carl just said in the chat. So that works out to be about 500 plus meters, and I just did the quick calculator. 25 meters. That's all he went.
Yeah, which isn't high enough for parachutes to actually deploy properly. So
Yeah, but just understand.
Once they opened, he hit the ground.
Yeah, but the world looked flat from where he was.
Scientific proof that the Earth is
Well,
He could have
he
ended
flat.
up. He ended
He
up.
flattened it a bit more. Sorry, Jez.
round. First, many of them are conspiracy theorists.
Oh, there's what was his name? Mark Skiba or something. The other guy.
And flat Earth
Rob
is the
Skiba.
ultimate conspiracy theory. Second, some seem to want to feel special as contrarians to everyone else. Third, others seem to blindly believe that it's flat because it seems to support their greater spiritual beliefs.
I personally believe that, yes, the Creator is looking right down on us.
And for a lot of them, the supernatural feeling of a flat Earth is more comforting to them.
Flat Earth shows you that you are not a mistake.
Hey, you're not just somebody floating on a ball through space. You're important to somebody.
It gives you more of a purpose.
If you ever have any doubt on whether or not the Earth is round and honestly want to prove it for yourself, just watch the ships leave port and see them slowly disappear from the bottom to the top.
With Grammarly, you can find really good.
This video a thumbs up if you think the Earth is round, spherical shaped.
It looks round, folks.
Give this video a thumbs down if you think the Earth is flat.
The flat Earth would be a circular flat area.
Now in the comments, why do you think the
circular
flat
flat
Earth can't
area?
see the obvious scientific evidence?
Well, that describes it to a T.
Tell you what, mate, I ain't doing anything. No thumbs up or no thumbs down. You can just
that the Earth
fade
is
away
round.
into
Let
nothing.
everyone know in the comments below. Remember to subscribe so you don't.
I'd say that'd be the end of that.
What's this Nuff Nuff's name?
I think he's called Bansaw's a twat.
Let me just Google that in YouTube. Nah, sorry, I can't.
It's Derek Van's.
Yes.
Hold on.
Slack.
Yeah, hold on. I've got to go and give him a comment in his channel just to piss him off. A wee
I'm
bit.
sure you're not the only one.
You'll have to line up to do that.
Did they say that the sun and the moon is the same size?
Well, that one guy did, yeah.
But how does an eclipse work then? Wouldn't the sun run into the moon? I mean, the sun?
Huh?
They were the
What?
same size? Well, how then if they're the same size? Wouldn't the sun and the moon hit each other?
What?
I stumped you.
So if the sun
I
and
know,
the
what he,
moon,
I know what he's saying.
I'll
I
be
know
back.
what he's saying.
It's all right, Terry. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Is because the sun and the moon are apparently at the same altitude in the sky in the dome. That if an eclipse was to happen, the moon would actually hit the sun and not go in front of it.
Exactly.
Oh, but see, if Flat Earth Aussie Jesus was here, he'd just say the moon just goes through the portal and then through the apparition, and then it
that's
never
right.
actually goes. Yeah.
cuts out the other side.
Sorry, I was wrong. Hit me.
You know, you forgot about the trans-dimensional portal of the apparition of the sun.
That's it.
See, the flaw in your logic is so easy to pick. Bandy's having a rant.
I'm just replying to Crash.
What we doing, boss?
He's giving me a hard time about Patricia and Mark. He thinks Mark's more my type than Patricia. But I just informed him that Mark's mouth isn't big enough.
Did you see the interview on the morning show with Mark Sargent?
Yeah.
Did you hear
What
the film
morning
crew?
show?
It was
Channel
on
9.
on the Channel 10, wasn't it? It was on the
One of those morning shows.
the 10 a.m. show, whatever they call it, 10 or Studio 10 or.
Should I find it?
Could you hear the film crew laughing at him?
Did I hear a rumour that Mark Sargent's going on ranting?
Did you see the host trying to keep a straight face?
Exactly.
Yeah, he did, Paul.
At the end, they said, "Now, come on, Mark. You don't seriously think that the Earth's flat, do you?" Like they're all trying to hold back their smile.
Yeah. Oh well.
Well, Randy's trying to get him on, Paul. I think. I don't know if it's definite.
That'd be interesting.
4.
See, for all his big mouth, Quantum Eraser hasn't been on debunking everyone.
Click it.
Clickety click.
Clickety click.
Click it.
All I hear is clickets.
Okay.
Click it, Terry.
Now we can go Mr. Sensible, or we can go. We've got 2 Mr. Sensibles.
Just out of curiosity, Terry, how do you know what videos you can play and what videos you can't play without being pinged?
As long as you pause them every couple of seconds and talk through them.
Oh, really? Okay then. Yeah.
And we're not critiquing.
It's a fair use.
Yeah, fair use. And what we're doing with them's not against what you can do with them.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not against the terms of service.
Oh, okay.
I've got. I forget who this person is. It's who started the flat Earth conspiracy theory. There's a video about that.
Yeah, let's do that one.
Okay.
You getting them, Terry?
I like that one.
Yeah, I got it. As long as I'm not mucking up the YouTube stream, that's the main thing.
Still looks good.
That's all right.
I'll post it in here. That one. And then I can copy. No, that's right. I've got to go the other way now. Now I can go to Discord stream. Now we should be seeing Discord. Close that one.
You think it through, Terry.
Yeah, I know. I've got to think it through to make sure I don't get it wrong. Open the thing.
Is medically diagnosed IBS getting in the way of your life? New pronoun.
Being told by YouTube, Terry, that you've got.
What happened?
Someone in. Oh, apparently it's way better now.
What was happening?
Are they saying you were a bit low, your voice?
My voice was low. I'll go and check the settings.
Yeah, I've always thought of Terry as a bit low.
Paul?
Oh, Jesus.
Only kidding.
Man, you come out with a bit of spunk tonight, buddy.
Yeah.
It's because everyone keeps cutting him off.
Half a bottle of wine helps.
Testing.
There you go.
I still think I've got timber putty up my nose, though.
Yeah, Paul, I'm going to keep cutting you off over this next one.
Is that normal for you to get plastered, Paul?
Yeah. No, it's not actually. I'm not plastered.
Not yet.
I've been plastering, but not plastered.
Plastered or puttied?
I've been sanding wooden floors, and the dust goes up your nose, mixes with your snot, and turns into timber putty.
Or you just hire a floor sander or something, did you, Paul?
Oh, I've got the big floor sander hired for Monday, but I don't know whether I'll need it or not. I've been doing it with a little Makita belt sander, and it's been doing an awesome
It's an
job.
absolute beast to make, and it is truly possible because
takes a bit longer,
back
but
and stuff like that.
gee,
Not a
you
problem,
save
I
a bit of
imagine,
money,
on your
though.
bit.
Is it blind nailed, is it?
Don't get
To the
it.
floor,
$5
or-
a dollar shave.
No, it's not.
That you know they're supposed to.
It's
head
not
to
too
shave.
hard to
The
knock,
razors
knock the
are,
heads
well,
down a bit if you know.
No,
get into today's video.
Yeah, I knock the heads down. Besides, I don't mind that. You know, it gives it a bit of a stress because it's so old.
All right, so contrary
gives
to
it a bit of a
popular
stressed sort of look. You know,
Yeah,
that
bit more
way.
character.
Yeah, because there's a couple of
get into today's video.
A few places where there's scratches and dings in it, but you know, I'm not going to sand it down that far to take all that shit out.
So what are you going to do? Are you going to oil it? Or?
No, I'll lacquer it, but I'll use a spirit-based lacquer, not a urethane. So I won't use a what do you call it? What's that stuff that the water-based stuff?
Polyurethane.
Anyway, not you. Yeah, not using that because I want to bring the colour out in it.
Yep.
I was about to say, wait until Gravity wears his high heels on it.
That's only on Sunday.
Not into that sort of stuff.
No, that's for Bandy. When he comes over.
Don't be knocking the high heels. Eh?
Only drag I'm into is physics drag.
And you know how hard it is to get fucking stilettos and
especially on your hairy legs.
It's all right. It's after 10. We can talk about this stuff.
Can't even hear Gravity.
No, I can't either.
my bloody fish nets got caught on the altar last weekend.
Huh?
Huh? Don't worry. It went over your head. Don't worry.
Is it Terry? I can't hear Gravity.
Why can't you hear Gravity?
Is he talking?
Neither can I.
He's not talking.
Can you hear me now?
You couldn't hear him because he's not fucking talking. Jesus Christ.
It was.
I'm surrounded by glow cards. Seriously. Can't hear him. Why can't I hear him? Oh, no.
I
He's
can
not
hear him.
talking.
When he's lit up, we can't hear him. When he's lit up, we can't hear him at all.
Are you serious?
I can.
I can hear.
Did you hear me say? Did you hear me say this?
So he was just talking, then I couldn't hear a word he said.
Sure, you haven't got it muted somewhere.
That's why you cut. That's why you're fucking cutting me off all the time because you don't know when I'm fucking talking.
Yeah, I can hear you quite all right here.
Hold on, I better turn Paul up.
I hear you.
That might help.
You're coming in loud and clear like everyone else is. I just got to remember to speak into this thing here in front of me so people can hear me.
Oh, that's harsh. You need a spit catcher in front of your mic.
Yeah. The operative words there, Terry, was speak into it. Don't breathe into it.
Oh, Terry, don't get me excited.
No, but sometimes that does happen. Some people, like in calls, can't hear other participants. If that happens, just drop and rejoin.
Yeah, drop and rejoin. Bye.
Bye, Elmo.
It's not me that can't hear other people. It's you fucking guys.
I can hear him now.
I can hear you.
Right,
He was doing the same thing to me the other night. He couldn't hear me. I was telling the guys, can this guy hear me? Anyway.
I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Oh, bloody hell.
I can't hear you guys. Is anyone talking?
Can you hear me?
Hear me?
I can hear you now, Gravity.
Am I coming through?
How come I can't hear Bandy?
Can you hear me?
Can see
Well, who's Bandy?
I can't hear anyone now.
Terry, are you talking?
Because we're not talking.
Stop talking, guys. I can't hear you.
Come on, have we got the next video ready?
Yes, we do. Here we go. What do I do here? I got to
push the button.
Yeah. I got to remember to do it in the right order.
Push the button for the stimulator.
The order is put your finger on the button, then press the button.
Yes.
Release it.
Okay, you should be seeing something.
Yes, we're ready.
Yeah, we see it, but YouTube doesn't see it properly.
Yeah, they do. They just
There you go.
They're just
There we go.
delayed.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it.
they're on delay. Here we go. I hope this one's interesting.
Alright, so contrary to popular belief, a decent percentage of the human population has known definitively the Earth was roughly spherical for over 2,000 years. This is hardly impressive, as we noted in our Brain Food Show podcast, which you should also check out. Bees also use this fact in their own absurdly fascinating navigation and in communicating directions to other bees. As for humans, we took a little longer to realize this, with Pythagoras from the 6th century BC generally credited with being the first known person to have suggested a spherical Earth, though the idea didn't exactly
Pythagoras,
catch on
Bandy?
at that point. Aristotle,
Not
4th
personally.
century BC, agreed and supported the hypothesis with observations such as that the southern constellations rise higher in the sky when a person travels south. He also noted that during a lunar eclipse, the Earth's shadow is round. Much more definitively, the 3rd century BC head librarian of the Library of Alexandria, Eratosthenes, built on their ideas and managed to calculate
I've
the
heard of him
circumference of the Earth with remarkable accuracy. How? Well, he simply used the knowledge that at
Isn't he the
noon
stick
on the
guy?
summer solstice there was a well in
stick guy.
Syene where the sun shone directly down to the bottom with no shadow. Thus, at noon on summer solstice, he used a rod to measure the angle of
Yeah,
the
the
shadow
stick.
made in Alexandria and found it to be about 7 degrees or about 1/50th of a circle. With this information, he now just needed to know the exact distance between Syene and Alexandria to get the circumference of the Earth, about 50 times the distance between Syene and Alexandria. He hired a survey crew known as Bemetists to measure the distance, which they found to be about 5,000 stadia. He then concluded that the Earth must be about 250,000 stadia around. Depending on which stadion measurement he was using, his figure was either 1% too small or 16% too large. Many scholars think it likely he was using the Egyptian stadion, 157.5 meters, being in Egypt at the time, which would make his estimate roughly 1% too small. Alright, so moving on to the so-called Dark Ages, in which Christianity supposedly squashed such outlandish ideas as a spherical Earth, the truth is
This is where
exactly
Bandy
the
comes
opposite. In Christian medieval Europe, 7th century Catholic monk and scholar Bede produced an influential treatise that included a discussion of the spherical nature of the world. This work, The Reckoning of Time, was copied and distributed to clerics across the Carolingian Empire. Later, in the 1300s, Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy also describes the Earth as a sphere, and again, nobody seemed to have a problem with this. The Catholics, and later other branches of Christianity, weren't the only religious sects that seemed to have its clergy and scholars almost universally think that the world was spherical. The Islamic world also concurred, as historian Geoffrey Burton Russell sums up, with extraordinarily few exceptions, no educated person in the history of Western civilization from the 3rd century BC onward.
So the religious people back then weren't really taking anything from the Bible, or the Bible wasn't really a thing back then.
Oh, the Bible was a big thing back then.
It doesn't say anything in the Bible about flat Earth.
No, it doesn't say anything about the world being flat.
Just quickly, Terry, I think Rig wants in, if there's room.
I've got room for one person.
Who's in the chat, kind of looking for us.
I'll see if he's a friend. No, I haven't got him as a friend.
I don't blame you, really.
We have someone naked in the chat.
Oh!
Okay. I can't do
Yeah,
everything.
why is Crash naked?
I'll tell him I'll fix him up in a minute, but I can't change things at the moment. I'm trying
That's
to
right,
fix-
Terry. We're just piling the work on, mate.
I keep on having these images of Crash. Crash puts an image of him naked in bed. You've just put a picture of Crash naked in my head. What the fuck, man? I'm all hot and horny.
I sent Rig a friend request, so when he accepts that, then he can come in.
I know you're awesome naked, Crash. That's why I got so worked up.
I'll fix you up in a minute, Crash. I just got to sort this out.
You sitting naked, Bandy?
Sorry?
You've seen him naked?
Oh, he painted a very big picture for me last night, actually.
Oh, no. Friends
Oh my God.
Friends pics.
I've saved them too. Don't you worry. Pull those out.
I bet you got them plastered all over your ceiling.
It was screensaver at the
Well,
moment.
they weren't plastered, but they are now.
There you are, Crash. You got a spanner, not a wrench. Hope that didn't disrupt anything. Is Rig still waiting?
No, I don't think he's in the chat anymore.
Well, I sent him a friend request.
Oh, he hasn't accepted it. What's that telling you?
Is he in Discord?
No, this was in YouTube. I was reading his stuff.
Well, he's got to go to
Since most flirts are virgins, Bandy, does that mean
Virgins?
sex isn't real?
Flirts are virgins. This is a new one.
Well, they call us all trans, so we can call them all virgins.
Who calls you trans?
Have you heard of a guy named Russian Vids?
Oh, mate.
We're not getting it. This is one topic I don't want to get into, the trans thing. I'm sorry. I'm just leaving this one alone.
All right. So are you a virgin?
7 children.
That's a yes.
The only virgin Bansaw's got is Virgin on the Ridiculous.
What about his left ear?
We need a cha-ching
But
to that one.
Mary had a baby, but she was a virgin.
Was she?
Mary had a little lamb. The doctors were surprised.
Mary wasn't a virgin. She was a goddamn trollop back in the day that wasn't married, got herself up, and was a gold digger, attached herself to a carpenter.
And lied.
All right. Made up this fucking filthy lie.
Oh, it was the angels did it, not me being a harlot.
Oh my God. She must have been something. Oh, she had to make up some story because
she was a starlet.
She was nothing but a slapper, got caught out, got knocked up, and had to make up a story. Oh, it wasn't me, Dad. No, I didn't do anything. It was God.
Lie?
Exactly. It was God. Oh, tell me.
So her husband was her father, was he?
Did she actually ever get married, that woman, or she just live?
Yes, she did.
She actually got married, did she? Bit late, after
Apparently.
the fact.
Because when they arrived for the census before Jesus was born, they arrived as a married couple.
Okay, then. So before she got married, they do inspection.
You cut out, Andy.
I said before she got married, did they do the royal inspection on her to make sure that she was a virgin?
She was still wearing the blue cloth, so she must have been a virgin, mate.
Oh, I don't know. They do an inspection to make sure you're a virgin.
Oops.
Well, it's written, so it must be true.
Oh, it must be true. It is written. It is written, so it is so.
It's in the book. It's in the book.
It's in
Isn't that what Nathan told?
It's in the big bad book. Written by Globies. Full of Satanism.
You're shocking.
What are you shocking?
Flat Earthers wrote the good book.
No, Satan worshippers did. This is fact. It's not my fault. Don't blame the messenger. It is not my fault.
Can you go
The
tell?
sayings
Go
don't
tell,
shoot the messenger.
go tell Nathan Thompson then. The Bible, all globe Earth propaganda.
Do you know Satan only turns up 13 times in the Bible?
He does.
But in all the scriptures, it's 52 times. But not all the books are in the current Bible.
Of course they're not.
Well, that's part of the Dead Sea Scrolls and stuff like that.
Hey, Richie Rich.
He's probably gone sleep.
Yeah, he did. He was making his bed a couple of hours ago.
Can't hear him snoring. Oh well.
Hey, did you hear Ben saw that they're going to build a world-class physics laboratory in Victoria?
Actually, did I hear something? Is that down Monash Way, Paul?
No, Stall. They're going to build it down the bottom of the Stall gold mine. They're going to search for dark matter. Yeah.
Ah.
Well, it's a good place to start in a dark place.
Oh,
They're
dear.
going to have a feel around.
Dark matter. Oh my god.
If it's
Yeah,
dark,
but no, seriously, they are. It's going to be a
really?
top-notch physics lab.
Oh,
yeah.
cool.
Yep.
That'll give a few people some cool jobs building that.
Yeah.
Haven't they got a few of those around the world? They got one in Japan.
That's the neutrino field emitter. Well,
They got
detector.
one somewhere in America.
Apparently, because of the one installed, that it's got a high silica content in the surrounding soil, it provides a better
barrier
and stuff for just the dark matter and stuff like that.
Yeah, it shields from background radiation much better.
Oh no, not radiation.
So the area of Stall, Paul, was chosen for the geological layout of the place, was it?
Oh, mostly because of the depth of the mine. Like it goes down about a kilometre. So
Rebuilt hole and the environmental considerations.
Yeah.
Cool.
They've actually started gold production there again too.
Oh, have they really? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because that stopped quite a while ago, didn't it?
Couple of years back. Yeah, but they're full swing into production again.
It's amazing how they find new technology to go back into old mines to recover all the gold that they didn't get the first time.
Well, advances in the retrieving it have developed over the years.
Yeah. It's not necessarily good for the environment. Just look at what Carl showed us a couple of months ago in South Africa.
Oh, well, yeah, what they left behind, the dumps and
Yeah.
Well, you just have to look at PNG for that, don't you?
No, it's all over the world. I think all over the world, unfortunately.
And when BHP pulled out of PNG, they literally just left barrels of chemicals everywhere, leaching into the surrounding soil, and the main river there, they blue-green in colour from all of the toxins that are running into it.
Yeah, it's criminal, isn't it, really?
So are we ready for this?
I think so.
Hit it.
We read this yet? We read what it said?
Yes.
Yeah, I like how he segued though.
BC almost believed the Earth was flat. Really? Really?
Yes.
That's BC, Bandy. BC.
Yeah, apparently.
Aristarchus.
But apparently before...
Cut out again.
Yeah, but remember there it says no one. No educated person.
Yeah, no educated person, yeah. If you're educated, you understood.
Believed that the Earth was flat. Beyond the academics of the Western world, even the most empty-headed sailor knew the Earth was spherical simply by the fact that ships disappear over the horizon with the bottom first and then the mast the last to be sighted. A similar effect is observed when spotting land from a ship. It really doesn't take a rocket surgeon to realize that the sea's surface must curve continually. Despite this, there really still is a tiny percentage of the world's population who believe that the world is flat. You might at this point be wondering just how many. While internet comment threads make it seem as if the percentage is large, the reality is probably drastically less. I mean, comment trolls are going to troll. Look below for examples. As for some numbers, according to a 2018 poll run by the massive market research firm YouGov, the 8,215 responses, which were chosen to have a high probability of accurately representing the wider adult populace, showed 84% of respondents said they have always believed the world is round. 5% stated, I always thought the world is round, but more recently...
I had to pause it there for a sec.
84%.
2% have doubts?
84. That's a lot of people.
5%, I am skeptical. I have doubts.
That's Bandy.
Yeah.
Hold on. I've got to get back onto this page. Someone distracted me. Now, what am I reading?
I've always thought the world is flat, but more recently I am skeptical, have doubts.
Why do I have doubts?
No, you're the 5%. I've always thought the world is round, but more recently I'm skeptical, have doubts. Are you the 5%?
Really?
Are you the 5%?
Well, I never really thought about it, to be quite honest with you. So I never really thought about it. I was learning other things like Pythagoras' theorem and stuff like that to really give it too much thought.
Well, you're the remaining 7% then.
Yeah, the other not sure.
Oh, fuck, like, seriously. We don't really go around living our lives off bloody ball. Oh, look, the ship's going over the horizon every time you look at a ship going. Yeah, that's not what you're thinking at all.
Well,
you just think you're standing in your backyard.
Well,
you don't think you're standing on a globe.
Well,
Sorry, Terry.
If you're a sailor or someone that goes in the ocean, well, then you notice these things.
Do you really? I don't know if you do. I've been on plenty of ships. It's nothing I've really thought about going over a horizon.
But you just...
Well, you'd never go over...
You just on water.
No, you don't
just
go...
on water.
You don't go over the horizon.
But you just contradicted yourself before because you said around the world.
How did I contradict myself?
Round.
Really? What, we can't go around the world that we know?
You should say flat world. I don't know.
A flat around the flat.
Over.
Round
across the world.
Yeah,
over.
Yeah, it's across the world, actually.
Across, yes, that's probably better.
Yeah. Always picked
See,
up.
I know your flat Earth better than you do, Bandy.
Yeah.
All right, let's get on to equatorial mounts.
Now, look, no, don't change the subject.
I am skeptical.
No, we're not there yet.
Doubts. 2% stated, I have always thought the world is flat, but more recently I am skeptical / have doubts. And 2% went with, I have always believed the world is flat. The remaining 7% stated, other or not sure. While the good people at YouGov certainly know their stuff with respect to getting accurate data that represents the wider populace, we were curious as to what a larger sample of our own audience would reveal, though with the caveat that a general internet poll can sometimes be notoriously inaccurate. But for the curious, and for whatever it's worth, our poll asking more or less the same questions received over 72,000 votes. So, what were the results? Well, approximately here we go. 96% of respondents stated that...
Well, we can read it. We don't have to have him state it.
I actually voted in this too.
Okay.
But see this word believe.
I'd like to get onto that one day when we get around to it. That one.
We have firm knowledge that the world is round.
Who is this pommy twat?
Who are you talking to?
He's a bloke who's got 3 channels with over 1 million subscribers on each.
Yeah.
Oh, and that makes him someone, does it? Does that make him someone?
He's actually very clever.
Oh, well, because he's got a pommy accent, makes him clever.
Oh, you clever because you got an Aussie accent?
It's an expensive English accent, Bandy.
I'm dopey because I've got an Aussie accent.
Well, what, you're saying we're all dopey because we got Aussie accents?
Pretty much. Yeah, I'm tarring us all with the same brush.
I don't like tar. I prefer honey.
Yeah, it's better when they lick it off.
Oh, yeah. Oh, come
Yeah,
on.
the
Let's
dogs
get back
prefer to
on
lick the
track.
honey off.
Oh, come on. Now you're just putting an image in my head of honey all over Crash's body.
Are you the dog licking it?
Back on track. Back on track.
All right, back to this. 96% of people reckon that the world is round.
But there used to be people that firmly believe the world is flat, but now have doubts. So nobody voted for that bit. They got no 0%
Nope, and
for
1% voted for I firmly believe the world is flat. So
How,
not very many.
how big was this survey? Just
Yeah, I was
actually-
about to ask the same question.
Was it made with 10 people?
It was over 70,000 people.
Really? 70,000?
He actually said it before he pulled up the stats.
Okay, then, I didn't hear that. I was preoccupied. That's why I did ask.
It's amazing you're not asking for proof, Bandy.
Oh, what, you're lying
Caveat
to me
that
now? Now I've got to
general
ask for a
internet polls can
citation.
sometimes be notoriously inaccurate. But for the curious, and for whatever it's worth, our poll asking more or less the same questions received over 72,000 votes. So, what were the results? Well, approximately here we go. 96% of respondents stated that they firmly believe the world is round. 1% went with, I used to firmly believe the world is round, but now have doubts. 1% voted for, I firmly believe the world is flat. 0% stated, I used to firmly believe the world is flat, but now I have doubts. 1% noted, I am not sure what I believe on this issue. These numbers seem surprisingly reasonable for an online poll when comparing to something a little more rigorously implemented like the YouGov poll. While our numbers skew more towards round earthers, this is perhaps to be expected given we know definitively that our audience skews towards being much more educated than the general populace. Good for you guys. And just because we were curious about the many online trolls who, as stated, it's our pet hypothesis, are actually making it seem like there are a lot more flat earthers than there actually are, we did a follow-up poll which got 54,000 votes. For whatever it's worth, in this one, approximately 9% of respondents stated, I believe the world is round.
So 9% of respondents stated, I believe the world is round, but sometimes say online it's flat. 2% stated, I believe the world is flat and advocate this position online. The remaining 89% stated, neither applies to me. Okay.
That's saying 9% of flat earthers are bold-faced liars.
Yeah,
But wouldn't
they're the pose, the 9% ones.
Wouldn't that be the troll factor though?
No, pose, the 9%.
I didn't hear the questions.
Well, what do you mean the questions?
Well, what was the question that was posed to this percentage of people?
No.
What is the troll factor?
Well, it's only what he said
what I just
before
said.
that. What did he say?
Saying online.
The online trolls who, as stated, it's our pet hypothesis, are actually making it seem like there are a lot more flat earthers than there actually are. We did a follow-up poll which got 54,000 votes. For whatever it's worth, in this one, approximately 9% of respondents stated, I believe the world is round, but sometimes say online it's flat. 2% stated, I believe the world is flat, and advocate this position online. The remaining 89% stated, neither applies to me. And yes, we know these numbers don't add up to exactly 100% in either case, but YouTube's polling system rounds to the nearest whole number, so well, here we are. Okay, so with those numbers out of the way, this finally brings us to who started the relatively modern flat earth movement and how on God's oblate spheroid earth this movement is actually growing in an era where nearly all human knowledge is almost literally at everyone's fingertips. The genesis of the modern Flat Earth Society started in the mid-19th century thanks to one Samuel Rowbotham of London, England. Dropping
No,
out
it's
of
his
school
fault.
at the tender age of 9, Rowbotham would eventually become convinced, or at least claimed he was, that not only was the Earth flat, but that everything we see in the heavens is actually only a few thousand miles from the Earth, stars and all. While his ideas were absurd for an incredible number of reasons, even given the technology and scientific knowledge of his era, what Rowbotham had going for him was that he was reportedly incredibly quick on his feet in debates and an extremely charismatic speaker, able to twist the words of even the best academics. It didn't actually matter if he was right or not, only that he was better at convincing lay people than the academics he regularly debated, or at least good at creating reasonable doubt. As noted by a...
That's just something that I can attest to, is that most scientists can't articulate verbally very good their explanations. It's either too highly above everyone else to understand what they're saying, and it's always in a scientific manner. And when you get a person like somebody that's a good verbally to speak out and just babble on, well, a lot of people can fall for that.
That's because scientists aren't con men.
Mm.
And the perfect one to throw in there is you look at Orphan Red.
Yeah, she's a con artist.
Yeah, she's a con.
Yeah, she's smarter
'Cause
than
she's
what
got
she
a
makes
blue-
out to be, yeah.
Hasn't she got a blue channel?
Mm.
Highly intellectual.
You know that, do you?
Yes.
No, what somebody else said.
Oh, the blue channel.
Orphan Blue.
Yeah. Have the other pill.
She does the memory attack.
The memory attack.
Attack of the
Covered with honey.
Okay.
Contemporary article published in the Leeds Times. One thing he did demonstrate was that scientific dabblers unused to platform advocacy are unable to cope with a man, a charlatan, if you will, but clever and thoroughly up in his theory, thoroughly alive to the weakness of his opponents.
Exactly.
As well as making a small fortune from public speaking, he also wrote various works, including a book aptly titled Earth, Not a Globe. Rowbotham ultimately created the Zetetic Society, which, besides advocating for a flat Earth, also advocated that only facts that one could prove true themselves could be accepted as true. On the side, Rowbotham made a bit of extra money by going as Dr. Samuel Burley and making money by selling cure-alls and life extenders of his own invention. While by the early 20th century, the society he started had gradually faded into even more obscurity than it already was at its peak during Rowbotham's lifetime, all was not lost. The truth, it cannot be killed so easily, apparently. In 1956, when mankind was on the verge of putting a satellite in orbit, Samuel Shenton of Dover in the UK came across the former works of the Universal Zetetic Society, the successor to Rowbotham's, and he was hooked. He then established the International Flat Earth Research Society, or IFERS. This adopted some of the ideas of the Zetetic Society before it, most notably, as you might have guessed from their new name, that the...
So is that the original flat Earth map then? If that's the one you say.
Flat Earth symbol, yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it's not quite a map. But it has globular incantations there.
Yeah, it's still globish, yeah.
The Earth was flat. Of course, this timing wasn't exactly ideal given the launch of Sputnik in 1957, which, beyond being in orbit, put out a signal that anyone with a little know-how could track, very clearly demonstrating the spherical nature of the Earth. This didn't faze him in the slightest, however. He simply noted that satellites circled over the disk of the world, and that would sailing round the Isle of Wight prove that it was spherical. It is just the same for those satellites. When pictures of the Earth were taken from space, clearly showing the planet's spherical nature, the man who strongly advocated trusting what you can see with your own eyes stated, "It's easy to see how a photograph like that could fool the untrained eye." When astronauts came back still believing the Earth wasn't flat, he went with the catch-all explanation for any conspiracy theory when no other suitable explanation can be thought up. He stated, "It's a deception of the public, and it isn't right." Despite the giant, roughly spherical mound of evidence staring the members right in the face, including the variety easily confirmed by anyone with a modicum of knowledge in physics, the society did not die completely, though by 1972 had dropped from a peak of about 3,000 members down to around 100 spanning the globe. That same year, Shenton died, and Californian Charles Johnson more or less took over the remnants, creating the International Flat Earth Research Society of America. Johnson also advocated that there was a global conspiracy with regards to the very flat Earth, not just today, but spanning millennia. To quote him, this was a conspiracy that Moses, Columbus, and FDR all fought against. Beyond that, Columbus most definitely thought the Earth was spherical, simply misjudging its circumference.
Round like that.
And we're guessing Moses didn't ever find anyone on this one, as the ancient Egyptians firmly believed in the concept of a flat Earth, as did seemingly the Hebrews around the time he supposedly lived. So what exactly do the world's governments and countless scientists and high school physics students throughout human history have to gain by convincing people the world is spherical instead of flat? Well, Johnson advocated that this is a tool used by scientists to get rid of religion. Of course, as noted, Christian scholars throughout history, on the whole, have advocated for the very spherical Earth, and we're not aware of any major religious denomination the world over today that goes with the flat Earth model. So apparently there is no conflict. But hey, we guess Aristotle must have really had it in for those ancient Egyptian and Greek gods. In any event, despite Johnson's less than compelling arguments,
I thought the India religion was based on a domed earth with the turtles or whatever it is.
No.
No.
Time this new society actually
they don't believe in the globe.
Was up to a peak of about 3,500 members under his leadership. Disaster struck, however, when a fire at headquarters destroyed some of the records of membership in 1997. Ultimately, Johnson himself passed away in 2001, and the society was temporarily just as dead. All was not lost, however, as there is no medium greater than the internet at giving humans the ability to discover the
Big
truth
Blue
in
using
anything themselves, if we weren't all lazy and our monkey brains were not chock full of cognitive biases. And so it was that in 2004, one Daniel Shenton created a discussion forum home for the mostly dead Flat Earth Society, and by 2009, a new wiki website was created in its place, with the society slowly growing from there to apparently around 500 members to date. There are also many Flat Earth pages and channels on sites like Facebook, Twitter, and indeed YouTube that sometimes exceed 100,000 members or subscribers of a given page, channel, or profile, for whatever that's worth. In the latest incarnation of the society, as with their forebears, the modern group strongly advocates for only accepting that which you can see with your own eyes and prove with your own efforts. As they note on their website, the simplest is by relying on one's own senses to discern the true nature of the world around us. The world looks flat, the bottom of clouds are flat, the movement of the sun. These are all examples of your senses telling you that we do not live in a
naked person in the chat. Size strike.
Oh, okay.
What the bloody hell's he doing in here?
Well, he is subbed to Discord and... Oh, there he is. Hi, am I late?
Very.
A tad.
We've been going for 2.5 hours already.
Yeah. Well, it depends what time zone you're in.
You can jump in.
Yeah, no, but we're on our third video.
You can jump in if you want, Si. I better give him a spanner. I don't like naked people.
That's not good.
If he responds to coming in, you'll have to let us know in Discord. Alright, I was trying to read this at the time. The simplest is by relying on one's own senses to discern the true nature of the world around us. The world looks flat, the bottoms of clouds are flat, the movement of the sun. These are all examples of your senses telling you that we do not live on a spherical, heliocentric world. Okay.
Spherical, heliocentric worlds. This is what's called using an empirical approach, or an approach that relies on information from your senses.
Isn't that bring it back to you? Were you there? Type of argument, unless you see it or something.
Yeah, pretty much.
You look across the ocean. Yeah, that looks flat.
But
the sun,
not all clouds are flat at the bottom.
And the sun looks like it's only a few thousand miles away. And the moon.
Does it?
Does it?
Does it? You can distinguish with your naked eye what a few thousand miles looks like. Oh my God.
Well, if I've got someone with a triangle of 60, 60, and 60, therefore it should only be this far away.
Really?
You've got to do the laugh as well, though.
Oh, sparkles!
Fucking unicorn farts. That's what it is. It's unicorn farts.
Oh, it's unicorn farts distance away.
And as you know, I have a citation for that. So.
Oh, what, with your microphones and mirrors?
No, unicorn farts.
They don't exist.
Don't they?
You can buy them in a jar.
Unicorn farts don't exist.
I actually have a citation that would disagree.
Present it, Bandy. Present it.
Oh, really? You want me to present it? Fine. Here we go. Unicorn
and Sidestrike
farts.
is driving
Actually,
at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. You know what's better? It's actually bottled unicorn farts.
So you ran behind a unicorn.
Well, I didn't personally. This is the citation.
But you had to be there.
No, you asked me for the citation.
Oh, I thought you said that's true.
So you didn't collect them yourself. You just believe they're unicorn farts.
Of course.
Of course.
You don't know.
Of course I believe it. I've got a citation for it. For God's sake. Here we go.
Continue.
Oh, dear.
Alternatively, when using Descartes' method of Cartesian doubt to skeptically view the world around us, one quickly finds that the notion of a spherical world is the theory which has the burden of proof and not flat Earth theory. As for the model of the Earth they go with, while there is some dissension among the ranks over exact details, the current belief advocated by the Flat Earth Society is that the Earth is disc-shaped. The North Pole lies at the center of this disc, and there is an ice wall surrounding the outermost parts of the Earth that keep the oceans contained. This wall is nearly impossible to reach owing to the fact that NASA is closely guarding it, ensuring that no one ever gets close enough to see it for themselves. NASA also is NASA active in generating satellite photos of the Earth and generating other data, all meant to keep
I don't think I've ever heard of any of them. I don't think I've heard any of them claim that NASA's guarding the South Pole. I thought it was just various governments were guarding it, not necessarily NASA.
Yeah, all the governments of the world.
You've been called out, Terry.
Have I? Why? What happened?
By Crash is calling you out, calling us rookies because we've only been going for 2 hours.
Yeah, we need to go for 6 apparently.
10.
If only we recorded that time when Ross was on here.
Oh, God.
Oh, that 13-hour stretch apparently.
Yes, it wasn't live streamed. It wasn't streamed though, so yeah.
Should have got Alan to make a soundboard out of that.
I know that.
You'd have got gold.
Yep.
Oh, pressure.
All right, there's your citation for bottled unicorn farts.
A skeptical reference.
Oh yes.
So in other words, it's not true.
Before.
It's a citation. I didn't say where it was cited from.
But that's just a definition. That's not a citation.
No, it's a
definition.
It's a definition.
I cited what it was.
Yeah,
but it's not actual unicorn farts.
Yeah, it's
biofuels and wind and solar electric.
Well, that's not my fault. But how do you know that that's not what unicorn farts are?
Well, how do you know?
Right? How do you know that that's what they are?
How do you know?
This has fallen apart quicker than a cow pat.
Continue.
Continue. Press play.
I am impressed by the ignorance.
Yeah.
On it too, clearly
a great way to divert.
Abandoning the company's long-held unofficial mantra of "Don't be evil." As evidence of this conspiracy and how far-reaching it is, they also point out on their website that the United Nations emblem strongly resembles the Flat Earth Society's view of what the Earth actually looks like. We guess clearly showing the logo design team, led by industrial designer Oliver Lincoln Lundquist in 1945, didn't get the memo that the true shape of the Earth was supposed to be a secret. To be fair, when his team originally designed it, it was originally just supposed to be used on the badges at the United Nations Charter Signing Conference, so only for people who already knew that the Earth was flat. Fun fact though, Lundquist did, however, make up for the scrub later by designing the classic blue and white Q-tip box. In any event, you might at this point be wondering how the Flat Earth Society believes commercial airlines and ships the world over continue to seemingly travel in one direction and manage to circle the globe. Well, this is because these ships and planes are literally circling. They state, circumnavigation is performed by moving in a great circle around the North Pole. As for how the ship and plane captains don't seem to be aware of this, in modern times it's because GPS devices and autopilots are designed so the software makes it look like the craft is circling a globe and not continually turning slightly. Of course, it's not clear how they account for people tricking themselves when navigating before or without GPS, which has only been ubiquitous for a couple of decades or so. You can see our video, Who Invented GPS and How Does It Work, for more on that. This is a particularly important consideration in planes, where weight and balance is always an essential consideration if one doesn't want to die a fiery death. Thus, if they were really traveling in the way that flat earthers claim, the fuel requirements would be different, sometimes vastly so. No surprise here, big oil must of course be involved in covering that one up. As for, the whole day and night thing, this is explained on their website as such. The sun moves in circles around the North Pole. When it is over your head, it's day. When it's not, it's night. The light of the sun is confined to a limited area, and its light...
Yeah, that's like a torch.
Yeah, when it's over your head, it's day.
Obviously, then. So if it's over your head and it's night, well, that's okay.
Well, there's a problem.
Yeah, apparently we can see the moon from across the other side of the flat Earth, but not the sun.
I can't work that one out.
This is circular reasoning.
Acts as a spotlight upon the Earth. The apparent effect of the sun rising and setting is
it's perspective. I've heard that word before somewhere.
A perspective effect. How exactly the light from the sun only works as a spotlight isn't clear. It's also not clear how the phases of the moon and lunar and solar eclipses work, given this spotlight model, and given they believe the sun...
Yeah, we haven't got anything back yet from those ones, the moon and eclipses.
Sun is always above the Earth. Moving on, as for the many who claim to be able to see the curvature of the Earth when on high-altitude commercial flights, well, the Flat Earth Society, who advocated trusting your own senses over what anyone tells you, tells these people to, quote, quite simply, you cannot. The windows on commercial aircraft are small and heavily curved. Even if they flew high enough for a person to see curvature, it would still not be visible to passengers. As for the issue of someone with even a halfway decent telescope being able to see the spherical nature of other planets in the solar system, including them spinning away, the Flat Earth Society claims planets are orbiting astronomical objects. The Earth is not a planet by definition, as it sits at the center of our solar system above which the planets and the sun revolve. The Earth's uniqueness, fundamental differences, and centrality makes any comparison to other nearby celestial bodies insufficient, like comparing basketballs to the court on which they bounce. As for how gravity works in the flat Earth model, the Earth is constantly accelerating at a rate of 32 feet per second squared, or 9.8 meters per second squared. This constant acceleration causes what you think of as gravity. Imagine sitting in a car that never stops speeding up. You will be forever pushed into your seat. The Earth works much the same way. It is constantly accelerating upwards, being pushed by a universal accelerator, a UA, known as dark energy or etheric wind. You may have spotted a problem with this explanation, given the whole issue of eventually exceeding the speed of light. In fact, if constant acceleration at 9.8 meters per second squared happens, it would only take about a year for the Earth to reach the speed of light. Well, they've got that covered too, explaining...
Yeah, that's what I've been talking about with people about that. Because constant acceleration,
Yeah, but you wouldn't reach the speed of light if he was using the proper physics, which is Einsteinian relativity. No matter how long you accelerate for it, that acceleration, you're still never going to reach the speed of light. It's not like your speed builds up linearly like in the Newtonian model.
Right.
So this argument of eventually you would reach the speed of light is false. It's not
that's
true.
But that per squared, you would reach it.
No, but relatively speaking, you would never, to your movement, you'd never actually get to the speed of light. You may be perceived to be at the speed of light by someone not on the Earth.
Yeah, but at 9.8 meters a second squared, that's exponential acceleration.
No, it's not.
No, it's
still relative.
Terminal velocity.
People get that wrong all the time. That's not exponential. Exponential
is,
is when you...
because
No, it's not. Exponential is when you have something like 2 to the power of x. That's exponential. X squared is not exponential. That's a squared relationship.
I trust the people that know math better than what I do. I don't want to argue too much.
It is all about perspective.
I'm just imagining like in a car, like down the drag strip, how it accelerates. That sort of acceleration is what I imagine. But then your speed's building up, but you can still your speed does build up from.
Yeah. But see, according to the Newtonian mechanics, like if you accelerate at, let's say, to keep it simple, 10 meters per second squared, right? Then after 1 second, you'd be going 10 meters per second. After 2 seconds, you'd be going at 20 meters per second. After 3 seconds, you'd be going 30 meters per second, etc., etc. But the real world doesn't work like that. When you start getting to speeds that are significantly a fraction of the speed of light, that kind of relationship does not hold anymore. It's actually a much more complicated relationship. And so the reality of it is that no matter how much you accelerate or how long you accelerate for, you're still not going to reach the speed of light.
Okay.
Because... Go.
Due to special relativity, this is not the case. At this point, many readers will question the validity of any answer which uses advanced, intimidating-sounding physics terms to explain a position. However, it is true, the relevance equation is V over C equals tan H AT over C. One will find that in this equation, tan H AT over C can...
He's got it right. That's the correct formulation, and that's why you'll never reach the speed of
actually doing some of my own research, it is possible to reach 0.9 the speed of light because we're matter, but we'd never break the light barrier because we are not actually photons. That's the simplest explanation I can get.
Well, you need more energy to put into the system, and as you add more energy, you gain weight.
Yeah, and also the fact of the dissipation of weight at the same time because of our lovable friend called entropy. The amount of energy we use, if you can't dump enough of that energy away, you're not going to be able to make that velocity.
It's actually not true that you gain weight. The proper way to say it would be that you're gaining relativistic mass.
So you get fatter.
No, you actually don't. No, you don't. That's not true. Because in relativity, energy is the same as mass. They're equivalent. They're related by E equals mc squared. So this nonsense that you actually gain mass is not true. What you're doing is you're putting energy into the system, which is equivalent to mass. And so the more energy you have embodied in that thing moving, a kinetic energy, that behaves just as if it was mass. And so you need to put even more energy in to make it go faster. Yeah. But it's not true that it actually physically gets more massive.
But also, the other question there is, what's actually causing the flat Earth to move up?
I didn't think they thought it moved.
Yeah, the acceleration of it moved to cause
What's the acceleration? What's causing the acceleration?
Yeah.
Turtle farts?
A turtle. A turtle fart.
Oh, so not bottled unicorn farts.
Well, those turtles have got to be
farts.
pretty bloody big to hold up the earth, so I imagine their farts must be pretty powerful.
Oh, so the giant space turtle with the 4 elephants with the flat Earth on top of it.
What do the turtles eat?
So it's turtle farts times by elephant farts that equals the acceleration.
So they have to eat a lot of onions.
Continue.
Never exceed or equal 1. This means that velocity can never reach the speed of light regardless of how long one accelerates for and the rate of the acceleration. Anyway, as to what lies below the Earth, this is heavily disputed among flat earthers, but it doesn't really matter as you can't get there anyway. You see, to quote flat earther Robbie Davidson in an interview with Forbes, "We don't believe anything can fall off the edge because a big portion of the flat Earth community believes that we're in a dome, like a snow globe.
Yeah,
so
snow
the sun,
globe, yeah.
moon, and stars are all inside. It's just very high, but all contained inside. So there's actually no way to fall off of the Earth. Given it takes only a modicum of effort to disprove pretty much everything said on their website and prove definitively for oneself that the Earth is roughly spherical without needing to trust any scientists or governments, you might think that flat earthers just aren't trying.
Well, you can't get near the when you get to the ice wall. They've got the armed penguins, so you can't really get any further. So you wouldn't be able to fall off.
Yeah, besides, if you get too close, remember? And the last thing I heard him say was, "Ah."
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so some flat earthers contradict their doctrine.
Yeah, how they fall off.
No one's ever come back from the edge to tell us that there's an edge there because.
Except for Logan Paul's friend, who's seen the edge because his friend fell off it, and all he heard was.
But what about the old maps where they got ships falling off the edge? Because they said that Columbus would fall off the edge, and they've got maps there that have got ships, old sailing ships, falling off the edge.
Yeah, but they had "Here There Be Dragons" too.
Yeah, but they didn't know Antarctica existed then either.
Yeah.
And they hadn't seen the penguins with the AK-47s yet either.
No.
Kind of right, but there are exceptions. Case in point, limo driver Mike Hughes, who managed to raise about $8,000 thanks to a Flat Earth fundraiser. Why? Well, it's to build a rocket to reach the heavens to once and for all prove that the Earth was flat. Reportedly, the final hilariously fitting steam-powered rocket and launch platform cost around $20,000 and took 10 years to build. With it, Hughes managed to achieve an altitude of almost 1,900 feet, which, while kind of impressive for an amateur-built, homemade rocket that could carry a human, was nonetheless not able to achieve his objective of getting him to space. It's not even close. If only it was possible to build more powerful rockets, or if there existed a balloon designed to be able to soar into the heavens with some sort of device on board that could capture and store what it sees, like an eye. Or, stick with us here people, if a human going along for the ride was a requirement to show NASA hadn't tampered with this futuristic visual capture device, some sort of bird-like machine that could carry humans above 1,500 feet. On that note, for a mere $12,000 to $16,000, Hughes could have purchased a charter flight ticket to not only take him higher than altitudes of 1,900 feet, but also take him to Antarctica to see the massive ice wall for himself. Or if the Flat Earth Society wanted to pool together their resources for prices of about $25,000 to $70,000, they could charter a flight to the South Pole itself. Though,
wasn't some flat earthers wanting to do that? Try to charter a thing to go down to the Antarctica?
They're doing a cruise down to.
Oh, it's a cruise, not a flight.
Antarctic.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yep.
What's the cruise going to? Are they going to go around Antarctica?
As far as I know, it leaves from somewhere in the United States, goes down past Argentina, and then cruises next to Antarctica, and then comes back up the other side of South America.
Well, that's going to be a shock to them when they find out they go around Antarctica. And it's not going to take them...
Yeah, and see no wall.
Yeah, and it's not going to take them that long either, compared to going all the way around the ice wall.
And they should use a flat map too, with their calculations.
Yeah. And they
No
go, what?
geo.
And they'll
No
go, are we there
GPS.
yet? And they'll go, yep, we're here already. Oh.
GPS and no radar.
No compass
Oh.
either.
No
And no
e-perbs.
Yeah, and no buoyancy either.
No sextant.
Beg your pardon?
No sextant.
Oh, is that what you said? Oh.
Yep.
Yep, no gyroscopes either.
A thing they don't tell you on the vacation package brochure is that while you can go visit the South Pole, NASA subjects everyone that does to severe mental retraining to ensure all memories of the ice wall have been erased and replaced with pleasant but very war-free recollections. All joking and head-scratching aside, it's always important to note that many of the core psychological quirks that see flat earthers intractably convinced that the Earth is flat in the face of all the evidence to the contrary exist in all of us. Monkey brain is going to monkey brain. We further all have many beliefs we firmly cling to, just as tenuously supported by our level of knowledge on a subject, though thankfully for most of us the absurdity isn't quite so easy to spot, allowing us to safely continue to think of ourselves as superior to mere mortals with alternate ideas. In the end, we all firmly believe many things that aren't true at all, and no amount of evidence could ever convince any of us to change our minds on some of these things. Food for thought indeed.
Could your cat have dental problems?
Oh, there you go.
That was the perfect ad to segue into after the flat Earth. Because cats would have pushed everything off the edge by now.
Yeah, that's it. That was a good one. That product placement was just right. Oh dear. Oh, we'll stop sharing. Back to there.
Oh, we're back to there, are we?
We're back to there. I'll pause that.
This has actually been a good one. All the videos have been just the right length.
Yeah. I can't go. Yes, I can. That way people see YouTube, and then I can go to... I'm getting PMs all the time. Oh.
It's because people love you.
Professor Stick. Haven't we got a Professor Stick? John said Professor
You
Stick.
You want that now?
I don't know. I guess look at our
Yeah, I
list.
can do another one. These usually only go for about 15 to 20 minutes.
Just drop it up in your
I got to remember which ones we've watched so I can put them in the video. Oh no.
So I've dropped the Professor Stick in the chat for you, Terry.
Did I have him in? Oh, you had him way back there.
So he's in the chat for you.
Yeah. Flat Earthers coming up with new ideas. Really? That's interesting. Okay then. I'll Discord so I can do some fumbling around here. Okay. Right. Open link. Wait for the ad. Oh, Nana's in the chat with his bacon.
I went to get myself a drink, come back, no one's talking. I thought everything had ended. Then I
No,
hear click.
We're just getting the next video ready.
What's the next one?
Professor Stick. I'll just scroll back up now.
Well, that sounds a bit risque.
Where is it?
He said stick.
Yeah, I said stick, didn't I?
Yes.
Flat
Yes.
Earth, flat Professor Stick.
We're going to watch stick movies, are we?
Flat Earth is coming up with new ideas. Okay.
Yeah, this is right up Bandy's alley. This one.
We've been going for 3 hours already.
Flies.
Well, I got room in the panel if anyone wants to drop in. I think I got one or two. Okay, we ready? Ready for Mr. Stick?
Ready to talk
Bunking with flat earthers. You know, we're pretty lucky. Born too late to explore the Earth, born too early to explore the galaxy, but born just in time to witness.
Oh, I forgot something. My mistake.
The existence of flat earthers. What a time to be alive. Anyway, I was just browsing the internet and I came across this flat earth video that is different than the others and talks about how the sun sets on a flat earth. Now, at this point you may think, this is just going to be another dumb flat earth visual demonstration, but the argument presented here is actually something I've never heard before, which is why I'm choosing to respond. Let's roll the clip.
Hi everyone, this is Karen B. And in this video, I will do my best to give you the most comprehensive explanation of how the sun sets and rises on a flat earth.
Excellent. Yup, it's Karen B. I did a response a while ago addressing our model on eclipses. She tends to think more outside the box compared to other flat earthers. And while that is a compliment, that doesn't mean her explanations are any more sound than the others. And we're going to see why in this video.
Early on in the flat earth community, the most common answer to this question was simply perspective.
Perspective was probably the worst explanation that flat earthers could have came up with. It does not conform to reality whatsoever. Disappearing into a vanishing point is very, very different than setting below the earth. I mean, I think even I could think of a better argument. Let's see. Just kidding, there are no good explanations.
While this does play a part in how day and night work on...
I'll be back in a sec, you guys.
Okay, you go take your phone call.
That's not.
Be late for a phone.
Hello.
It's not the phone call that you're thinking. It's the way the missus tells me that she wants something by ringing me.
Okay. That's all right. It's still good. Go be the nurse.
She hasn't got a big bill.
But yes, Karen B presents the flat Earth Aussie Jesus argument.
Which one?
Remember that picture he posted of the concentric circles that go round above the flat Earth?
Oh,
you know,
yes,
so
yeah,
that
yeah. So the sun and the moon do that funny figure of eight
cone shape, and that cone shape as well. Yeah, the Amelina.
You meant the analemma.
Yeah, I knew what I meant.
Anal
But
Emma.
yes, the anal Emma. Yep. But yes, that's what you'll see in this argument, is that stupid drawing of how the seasons work as well. But yeah, it's just Karen B presents it so well that you could almost believe it, but we know better.
Funny, because she sounds like she's using ASMR.
of the biggest problem I've got with that is, why does it change directions? Everything's doing this concentric spiral up, and then it does this concentric spiral
back
down again. Why does it change direction? You need make things change direction. So what's the force?
Yeah, what is causing and also what's causing it to stop going up,
continue
going, then come back down again?
Yeah. like a totem tennis pole or something like that, or?
Oh, not even, because at least with the totem you got a bat.
You've got a force. That's what I'm saying. Is God there with a bat, and making the sun go up and around and.
Yeah, he must do. So every 6 months he hits the sun back down to go the opposite way.
Ah.
But then he also has to do that to the moon too.
He must have a pretty good swing.
Yeah, not bad for someone who you never see.
He's an old bloke, He's been around for a bit.
Yeah, and also if this happens within the dome, wouldn't that mean that God would have to be inside the dome to hit the sun back down?
Yeah, it's God
Well, they
rummaging
don't
around.
seem, and they don't seem to be able to agree whether the sun's actually in the dome, outside the dome, or actually part of the dome.
Yeah.
But if it's outside the dome, that would mean that the sun was in the water, which means it would extinguish its flames.
Wow.
Because you know the sun's on fire, don't you?
That's why it can't be outside in space.
Yeah, it's a fire in
because there's no air
space.
out there for it to burn.
But that's all just relative, isn't it?
Perspective.
Yeah, but that's a poor argument anyway, because then they're acknowledging the existence of space. The sun can't be out there because there's no air. Well, then that's vacuum, isn't it?
By definition, they've just agreed that there's a vacuum out there.
My God, we found a contradiction and she wasn't even talking. My goodness.
But my argument is, well, a power station, which in general terms is the same idea as how the sun works.
What was that? Nuclear.
One of them, power stations. Well, the majority of those, water.
All I got was majority those water.
Okay, so yes, the isotopes are submerged in water to keep them cool, but they also heat up enough to create steam.
That's correct.
Okay, so the reason people get sunburn is because of the steam that the sun produces from being in the water outside the firmament?
Sounds plausible. Where's Pandy when you need him?
It's just the reasoning behind it that's the only possible explanation for getting chemical burns from the sun, because it's not chemtrails.
The chemtrails stop the burning, don't they? They stop the sun getting through.
But standing outside for 5 hours in the sun doesn't give you sunburn, though.
It's too deep.
It was the flat earth that did that.
I think he blamed the chemtrails on his sunburn.
That's the guy.
All right, what have I missed? Anything exciting?
Where'd you go?
We were just coming up with conspiracies, Bandy.
Oh, cool. Any good ones? The globe Earth.
No. Question, is the sun inside or outside of the firmament?
Okay, how high is the firmament?
That's irrelevant to the question.
Okay, is there a firmament?
Probably about as high as Rig is right now.
Yeah, but the question is the sun inside or outside of the firmament?
Well, that would depend how high the firmament is.
So it's high times by 2.
So it's very relevant. isn't it? And what is the firmament?
Does the firmament attach to the Earth, or does it just surround it?
Oh, now that's an interesting question.
And if it surrounds it, how does it stay up?
Is it like the Spaceballs, you know, the protective shield on Spaceballs?
I kind of think I've got no idea what it is. But I reckon the sun isn't 93 million away. I reckon it's 92 something.
Funny thing is, he's actually right. It's 92,900,000 something.
I know. That's what. Google the distance.
92 watts.
92 unicorn farts.
Oh, that's funny. But yeah, no, I don't know.
You're
I don't
right,
know.
Ben. You're right, Ben. So it's 92,955,807.
That's a big fat max, Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah, that 7's important.
No, that's a big fat max, that one. And how do they measure this? With a spectrometer. Did they?
No.
I know. I'm only gagging you. I know what a
They bounced the
spectrometer is.
laser beam off the sun.
Of course they bounce a laser beam off the sun.
No, they
100%,
don't.
That's exactly what they did.
No, they don't. Jesus.
How?
God, they can't bounce a laser beam off a mirror on the moon, let alone the.
Ah, so you do know there's mirrors on the moon.
No, I know that's what they've told you, and you ate it up, and you think that they can hit a little 2-foot little compact mirror on the moon.
So hang on. What about Earth bounce with radio waves then? You don't need that retroreflector that's there.
Ah, okay then.
And before you argue this too deeply, understand that I've actually done it.
Yeah, you've bounced radio waves off the moon. Okay, how do you know?
Oh, because of the delay that it takes for it to come back.
Okay then. Could you see these waves bouncing off the moon?
And it doesn't.
God.
Microwaves.
And it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen when the moon's not there, and my antenna actually has to point at the moon for it to work.
Ah, okay, interesting.
We say it's a Yagi beam that actually has to be directed at the moon.
Is that a
for
Mark
it to work.
Sargent interesting?
So now, okay, so you
Yogi Bear.
So you bounce a radio wave off the moon. Okay then. Let's just take that for fact that you've actually done that. Right? I'm not going to dispute it or call you out. Right, that'd be a little bit harsh. Doesn't mean we can bounce a laser off a compact mirror. Some little makeup mirror that fell out of his pocket.
It's a little bit bigger than that.
Yeah, it's about 2 foot square, Terry. So it may as well be smaller than a compact mirror, in all seriousness.
So you're saying a compact mirror is 2 foot? It's not very compact.
Well, I was being a little bit facetious there, but see, you didn't pick up the tone in my voice.
I was going to say, I couldn't detect that.
Could never tell with your voice, Ben.
Bloody bouncing
I can't see your body language, mate.
Well, I'm scratching my left ear.
And your right testicle?
Yeah.
Rubbing your nose at the same time.
And I'm shaking my head as I'm saying, and I'm looking up to the sky to the right.
And your tongue's pushing on your left cheek.
It is now.
Yeah, looking for that cold moonlight. Yep.
I'm just waiting for the sun to set.
You have to press play.
Oh, okay.
Sun's on pause.
Look at that.
Okay.
That looks about maybe, I don't know. The sun is about maybe 1.5 meters away from me at the moment.
Can you reach out and touch it?
Oh, not quite. Not quite.
Yeah, he's trying to put his fist through the screen, I bet you.
Shush, come on.
It burns.
Yeah, I'm getting sunburned here.
On flat Earth, it's not the only thing at play. There are a few different things working together in harmony to create day and night on our plane. So, first, let's examine perspective.
So here she talks about how perspective works and how things further away appear to disappear towards the vanishing point. I won't be showing the clip here because that's not the main argument of the video. To be honest, I don't know why flat earthers are so hung up about giving such detailed explanations about this. Anyone with a brain would know how the vanishing point works. We don't need videos dedicated to explaining this. The problem is that when things move further away, they will never appear to set below something that is underneath them. In this case, the sun should never appear to disappear behind the earth. Everything else, when they get further away, disappear by shrinking into a size that can no longer to be seen. But no, for some reason the sun doesn't do that. It sinks below the ground instead. Excellent logic. But let's not focus too much on this point.
The next thing that causes the sun to set and rise is our atmosphere, or atmoplane, as I like to call it, since we live on a plane, not a sphere. There are multiple substances that make up our atmoplane: nitrogen, oxygen, argon, carbon dioxide, and importantly, water vapor. Water is the third most abundant substance in our air.
Well, actually, that depends on where in the atmosphere you're looking at. At sea level, it is indeed the third most abundant, but it falls behind argon in all other areas.
Water also has a great effect on light and how it propagates through the air. Think about the ocean. There are many layers of visibility. First, you have the sunlight zone, which is the top layer we are in the most, and it's still easy to see in the water while the sun is overhead.
We're not in the
Then you have the
ocean.
twilight zone, and the light is now less able to penetrate the water.
Yes, water does have an effect on how light travels. For one, it has a higher index of refraction compared to air, which causes light to bend towards the normal. But in the atmosphere, it's not just water vapor, it's the air in general. Depending on weather conditions, air can be more or less dense compared to areas of different altitudes. This is affected by many factors, such as temperature. Atmospheric refraction has been a topic we've talked about a lot. It's why the sun appears in a different location than where it actually is. It's also why we can see cities and whatnot that supposedly are too far away to be seen. Most flat earthers don't actually believe in this type of refraction. What about you, Karen B?
This is a clip from a video made by my good friends Zach and Steve. In this animation, Steve rendered the stars over a flat Earth. The top is rendered with the atmoplane and the bottom is rendered without, showing how perspective alone does not explain how the luminary...
I can't work out which one's which.
Doesn't matter, they curve.
appear to go below
Curve
the horizon.
means round.
I used to manage my team with spreadsheets.
I'm going to have to get ad blocker thing fixed up on this.
It's not that perspective works with anything to explain the sun setting below the earth, but more so that perspective itself is just irrelevant. It doesn't contribute at all in explaining a setting sun in a flat earth. Anyway, so far it seems that you are suggesting that water vapor's refraction abilities play a role in creating an illusion of the sun setting below the earth. A very, very interesting suggestion, I must say. But before I assume what your position is, let's hear from you yourself.
How does the atmoplane make the sun and other luminaries appear to set below the horizon?
Yeah, how?
The water vapor in the air acts like a lens. This is called atmospheric lensing in mainstream science and is explained here.
Okay, we need to have a discussion on cherry-picking science. You can't just cherry-pick the parts you like and ignore the parts you don't like. Accepting atmospheric lensing and refraction while rejecting the globe Earth is just nonsense. Science is science. You either accept it all or you reject it all. Don't go cherry-picking only the parts you like.
So if you're looking at Chicago here, just maybe now you can just see the top of the Sears Tower, and if our simulated temperature inversion moves into place, hopefully now you can see pretty much all of Chicago,
see all the lower buildings,
including what's at ground level.
So not only does the water eventually obstruct the light, but all the billions of tiny water droplets behave like a lens. You can emulate this with a lens and a light source like I do here. This can't...
Get her, Gravity! Get her!
Yeah, well,
Sick 'em, boy,
yes,
sick
they
'em.
do. They do act like lenses, but with very fucking short focal lengths. So they're not gonna affect it like she thinks they're affecting it. Yeah, they might act like little lenses, but they're not. What the sum total of that would be is all those little raindrops. They end up scattering the light. They don't focus it like a big lens.
Being a bit like a rainbow.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. She's cherry-picked what happens in a galactic scale, which is the atmospheric lensing and the bending of light around a planet, to the fact that the sun appears to disappear because of lensing. I don't see the connection. And as Gravity has said, all those little raindrops would scatter the light, not make it into one fine point that you could see.
Continue.
Candle will take the place of the sun. Watch as I slowly move it back in a straight line, and also it stays at the same height since I have it placed on this mason jar.
Yes, excellent. Finally, an explanation that makes more sense than just perspective. Alright, so there are many things I need to point out here. I do agree that this is the best argument I've heard, but it is still full of flaws. For one, atmospheric refraction isn't always present. In fact, depending on the condition of the atmosphere, it could just be normal or the opposite could happen. Which means if this model were true, then only sometimes would we see the sun set below the Earth, and sometimes it would just disappear into the vanishing point. It wouldn't just be consistent every morning and every night. Atmospheric refraction doesn't just happen every day. Depending on the weather conditions and your location, lensing can happen to different degrees. One example is that a greater gradient of temperatures causes greater refraction, and that can be caused by a number of factors. Gradient of humidity and pressure are also essential factors. If the index of refraction is greater on the Earth's surface compared to higher above, then the light bends downwards, and vice versa, which leads me to my second point. The lensing you are showing in your demonstration is different than that of the video you showed before. While seeing the Chicago city is due to light bending downwards towards the Earth, the sun setting on a flat Earth demonstration there can only be done through the opposite, light bending away from the Earth. This is indeed possible though, so I won't dismiss it right away. Objects can
I wanted to stop it so I can understand the image that they're showing.
That one with the hot air making it go upwards.
Huh? Apparent image.
Yeah, that's the typical mirage you see on a hot road, on a hot bitumen road, Terry, as you're driving down. You see that patch of water. Well, it's not really water you're seeing. It's just it's an image of the sky, because the air above the road gets extremely hot, and that's not the normal way that the temperature gradient in the air goes, and so the light bends like that, and so you see light coming from the sky being bent back up, hitting your eye, but your eye can't detect that it comes from the sky and is bent. It thinks it's coming from the road.
Is it also... Sorry.
I was going to say, when you see mirages, all the ones I've seen, images of and everything, and even to do with our horizon, it's always on an uneven surface. The surface has to
typically they are.
Yeah, and that's how I relate the horizon having its atmospheric distortions or mirages or whatever on the horizon, because it's an uneven surface.
You can get them on long, straight, flat roads, but one thing that's typical of all of them is that they're always at a distance and they move as you move.
It's also going to get a greater water vapor content closer to the surface on a hot day too, aren't you, Paul?
On a hot
No,
day.
it's really got nothing. It's got nothing to do with water vapor.
Yeah, I've seen reflective mirages on days where there's been no humidity.
No, but what I'm saying is on a hot day, right, you are going to get more water vapor coming out of the ground than what you normally would, just through because of the heat itself, through evaporation.
Yeah, but not necessarily. That's not. Are you trying to say that that's the reason why you see these things, or not? Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, I accept that. Yeah.
I wasn't, because I haven't thought this through. I was just thinking, just now, like on a hotter day, you're going to get more water vapor closer to the ground just through evaporation itself.
No, it's the radiation from the heat.
Yeah, you can't get water out of something that doesn't have water in it.
Yeah.
It's always got water in it. It's not bone dry.
No, it's just the heat.
Moving around from the heat.
You're trying to tell me there's no evaporation from the ground on a hot day?
No, it's the ground.
If there was water there in front of you, it would. But if you're looking at something that hasn't got any water in it, you still see it.
No, what I'm saying is there's got to be more water vapor, right, coming out of the ground on a hot day. There has to be. It's coming out of the ground. It's evaporating.
Not for mirages.
But Terry, he's not relating it. He's just simply stating the fact that on a hot day you will get more water vapor going into the air.
That's all I'm saying.
I thought it was.
That's all he's saying. That's all he's saying. He's not relating it to the mirages at all.
No, exactly.
So don't straw man poor bandit.
Yes.
Okay, Bandit.
Okay, here's a question. Here's a question though. How come there's mirages in the desert when there's no water?
What's the water got to do?
He's not saying that it's related to water.
Yeah, don't you straw man him either.
The water vapor is coming from. You're saying the water vapor is coming out of the ground.
Yeah, and it will come out in the desert as well. There's water everywhere under the ground, even in the desert. It eventually works its way up through the ground.
What about the Atacama Desert?
Yep, there'll be water under the ground if you go down there deep enough, and it'll be working its way up through. It's not bone dry.
There's virtually no living organisms.
Do you know do you know underneath the ground, a little bit below the ground, that it's a lot less hot than on the surface in the desert?
Yeah.
So there's nothing below the surface that can get evaporated because there's not enough heat. It's only what's on the surface.
Okay then. There's water all over the planet and under the earth everywhere. It's not bone dry. And evaporation happens over every square inch of the earth all the time.
Fuck, Bandit, if you keep talking like this, it's going to be a fucking flood.
Flood! Look out!
Oh no, another flood. We'll have to build a boat.
Noah, where are you? Where are you?
Where's Ken? Save us.
Ken's boat. I wonder if Ken's boat will float.
Ken's boat don't float.
Can appear to be lower than their actual positions, given the correct conditions, and this is generally more rare and happens more often in the afternoon. This is because the ground is usually hotter during the afternoon, which heats up the air closer to the earth, which causes that air to be less dense compared to higher up, thus bending light away from the normal. This isn't something that always happens, and happens less often during sunrise and sunset, which is why this model doesn't explain the sun's behavior on the flat earth. I do applaud you for suggesting this though, but it is still flawed and isn't reality whatsoever.
The atmoplane in your vision create what we call a personal atmoplanic dome or personal atmospheric dome, if you please.
Here's a good time to bring up a third point, addressing the visibility of the sun. I'm sure you're familiar with the argument that on a flat earth, the sun should be visible at all points during the night. Atmospheric refraction and lensing doesn't happen 24/7 for all days of the week, so it makes no sense to never see the sun during the night. But then you brought up the argument that water in the air eventually dissipates the light from the sun if you are too far away. And yes, I am impressed by this argument. However, that only applies to water in its liquid state and not in its gaseous state. Clouds can block sunlight because it's liquid water, but water vapor is different. Now, it is true that the atmosphere can block sunlight though, due to the many solid particles and aerosols that exist, but it's not nearly enough to potentially block out all the sunlight if it were on the other side of the earth during the night.
I went to this online tool that lets you create different simulations of a light source and a reflective surface, and this is simulating the sun over flat water. The light is radiating from the center of the source out in all directions. Look at how the light rays bounce off the reflective surface and off to the distance at an acute angle. So here's our observer again, and you could see the reflected ray reaches our observer before the source does. The light of the reflection is closer to us, so we see that before we see the sun itself.
Huh?
I'm trying to make sense of that diagram too. It's got me beat.
Horizontal ground plane. Where's the observer's eye line? there's that blue line. I can see a line. It says something line. Eye line, yeah. That's your eye line. The arrow's pointing to source for the light.
What? Eye line on the source?
Ground plane, sky plane.
The horizontal sky plane.
Limit of your visual optics. Vanishing point.
What
the?
What the?
But why are there so many suns?
Will the real sun stand up, please?
One's the portals and the other's the apparitions. Must be.
Why isn't the horizontal sky plane horizontal?
Yeah, I know it's not horizontal.
And why is the vanishing point seem to be just arbitrarily set at some fucking distance?
It's just your limit of your optics.
Hang on. If the vanishing point is at that position there, wouldn't that, if the sun was on that point, we wouldn't be able to see it?
But we can see it in this diagram.
Yes.
But apparently...
Why would you not see the sun beyond the vanishing point?
Because it's a vanishing point. It's the limit of your optics.
So what? This vanishing point is how far away?
It's not saying that.
Have to ask Miss B.
It's arbitrary.
So is the vanishing point presumably about 3 miles, whatever they say?
But wouldn't the sun change size for that to work?
Change who?
Would the sun have to change size for that to work?
Why? Why would it have to change size? Well, you guys are so fixated with size. It must be an Aussie.
Well, because of this perspective.
Size matters.
But Bandy, that 3 miles is the distance to your horizon. That's not the limit of your visual distance. You can see further than 3 miles.
You can see further, but you can't see details, though, can you, really?
Carl says, why do the parallel lines cross? I cross...
Because it's Karen B.
Because they're very upset.
What?
Well, watch Ghostbusters. You're not supposed to cross the streams.
It'll make more sense in a minute, Carl. Those.
Ooh.
I'm glad.
It's like the parallel lines. It's like the parallel lines the globies say that come from the sun. The parallel rays.
Corpuscular
rays. But a real globie would say they're almost parallel.
Yeah. Almost.
Nope, you're not going to see the reflection first because the point of reflection is closer than the sun. That's just simply untrue. For the light to be able to reflect off the water at that angle to reach our eyes in the first place, the sun must be in view. So in other words, you see them both at the same time. There are a few instances, however, where you could see a reflection of the sun on the bottom of clouds before being able to see the actual sun though, but those situations are rare. It's one of the causes of a false sunrise.
Watch in this video how the sun's reflection begins to come into view, and it's not round, it's squashed, because it's reflecting at a sharp angle.
Not just the sun's reflection, but also the sun itself.
The water becomes a mirror, and it's reflecting the sky.
Yeah, that's the same effect you see when you see anything at the horizon, whether it be buildings or ships or whatever. They give you that mirroring, what do they call it? Refraction, mirroring.
I wish they'd stop fucking calling it mirroring. It's not mirroring.
Oh, what is it?
It's an inferior mirage.
Oh, okay, inferior mirage. See, I'm learning the wrong terminology from the wrong people.
Yeah.
See, look at that beautiful sun. It's just getting closer to you.
Even though it's...
That's all it is. Look, it's a bloody oval.
Yeah, because...
How's it getting closer?
It's a spaceship.
When it's setting.
The only bit of the sun that's actually the right shape is the top part. The sides, like Paul said, inferior mirage affects it at the surface of the horizon.
Yeah, when you get really close to the horizon, you're looking through a layer of air where the temperature gradient is quite steep. What they call the lapse rate, the rate at which the temperature changes above the surface of the water, it changes quite dramatically. But then once you get a certain distance above the water, the temperature gradient changes much more slowly. Typically, I think it's around about 6 degrees per kilometre or something like that. I think. That sounds about right. But close to the water, it's much greater than that. And because the refractive index, the amount of refraction that occurs depends on that lapse rate, that's where you get most of the distortion happening, right at that point where you're closest to the horizon.
I wonder when it was first noticed, this with telescopes and all that the horizon gave that effect.
Yeah, because when you these early astronomers that accurately plotted the position of stars, like what's his name, Kepler and Tycho Brahe, they were pretty good at. In fact, Tycho he was really good at plotting the positions of stars quite accurately.
Who's
and
typing?
They would have noticed. Yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah, Bandy, mute yourself, please.
Jesus, clickety clack, clickety clack.
Yeah, I know. Anyway,
oh my God, you guys get triggered.
They would have noticed. They would have noticed pretty early on that the position of the stars changed quite dramatically as they got towards the horizon.
Mm.
How do you get closer to the horizon if the horizon just keeps on moving further and further away?
But you also have this effect when you see the stars twinkle. It's the atmosphere doing that.
Is it? Is that why when I look up at night I see stars that are sort of flickering?
Yeah, they're twinkling.
They're twinkling.
Yeah,
oh, twinkle,
they
twinkle,
call it
little
the blink
star.
effect.
So it doesn't just happen at the horizon. It also happens when you look straight up too at the stars.
Yeah, they call it the blink. It's a blink effect. They call it. What it is it's a part of atmospheric scattering. But what it is when
it's the Twinkie effect.
It's when you get small pockets of hot air moving through cold sections of the atmosphere. It causes that refractiveness. Yeah, I think that's right. Causes the refraction of that light just to be interrupted, and it gives it that twinkle.
I know what Bandy's doing. He's typing in bloody DMs, talking to Crash.
Sorry.
and yes, mushrooms have a big part to do with this.
Mushrooms?
Yeah, magic mushrooms.
Oh, I thought you were talking about pizzas again.
Okay, my fingers are off the keyboard. Jesus.
So when the sun approaches you and gets close enough for your eye to see it, the disk appears to rise up.
What, the sun approaches you?
I told you the sun was getting closer. What the hell?
God.
You go, no, it's setting. I said it's coming towards us.
It said approaching.
Yeah. And what's approaching? Coming towards? Not going away. This is a sun approach, not a sun away.
It's lurking.
A lurking sun.
Yep.
Up from the reflection because visually it is now within the limits of your eyesight. This can only happen on a flat surface.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep, there you go. She just told you. It can only happen on a flat surface. Continue. Play.
Yeah, but it said your vision comes into vision or whatever.
I love the way she says this can only happen on a flat surface without giving any justification at all for that.
Yeah.
I mean, like, she doesn't give a reason why it can't happen on a globe. She just claims this can only happen on a flat surface.
Because reasons.
Yeah. Don't need no
Look
reasons.
at that.
Don't need
That looks
reasons.
like a bloody nuclear bomb going off. That did. That looked crazy.
Yes, the light can indeed reflect off the water. This leads me to a few questions that I believe are critical to be answered. First of all, this is only over water. If you have a sunrise in an area that isn't over an ocean, then we couldn't see this. What's the supposed illusion for that? See, it's important to be able to see our explanations in all other aspects. Now, addressing that phenomenon directly, yes, the reflection does happen. It's evident in the footage you just showed us. But to claim that it can only happen on a flat plane is nonsense. It can very much easily happen on a curved Earth as well. And in fact, this reflection actually proves its convexity. The type of reflection seen here is due to a degree degree of specular reflection, where the water acts like a mirror. With the sun, this type of reflection actually proves a small degree of observable convexity. Now, I won't be using the footage you gave since it's not very clear, but here are some other images. Here you can see a sunrise over Lake Michigan, which I pulled from a paper I found online. If the Earth were indeed flat, the reflection of the portion of the sun would be the same size as the actual sun, but instead we see a portion of it cut off and the reflection clearly portrays a bigger sun that appears to be closer. This is because of the convexity of the Earth, which causes the water to stretch the image before the light reaches our eyes, and this isn't just for the sun. Here's another image of some landscape. The height of the reflection is always shorter than that of the actual land, and that is due to the fact that the Earth is curved. While the height is shorter, the width is always the same. That's how you can tell. Now, if we were on a flat plane, the image should appear to be the exact same size as the actual object. But that doesn't appear to be the case, so for now it looks like we've earned another point for Team Globe Earth. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go grab my big paycheck from NASA. Before I go, huge shout out to Fireshard for being the top patron. I'll see you guys next week after I buy it.
He's not serious with what he just said there, was he?
Yeah, that NASA pays him. That's all good.
Yeah, that's
No,
how he gets those skin-tight suits for his
the
stick.
image would be the same size. That actually came out of his mouth. Did he proofread what he said before he read what he said?
When you look in a mirror, is the reflection the same size as yourself?
Is that a comparison? When I look in the mirror, is the reflection the same size? You didn't just use this comparison, did you? When I look directly, when I'm directly in front of a mirror, is my image the same size? And you're comparing that to me looking at water at an angle. And
should be flat.
Oh my God, that doesn't even make sense. It's in no way it's going to be the same size because you're looking at it on an angle.
What?
What do you mean, what?
Explain yourself.
Oh my! Seriously? Get a mirror. Have you got a mirror? Get a mirror. Let's just do this little experiment. Seeing as Terry likes me to get mirrors out and do little experiments in my room. All right, you got your mirror?
I'm standing right in front of
it. Have you got a mirror that moves?
It's on a door.
Well, take your door off. Get a screwdriver. Come on,
we're gonna do a live experiment, are we?
All right. So you stand in front of that mirror. Now I'm kind of imagining you're a short little fella that you'll be able to see your whole self in the mirror there.
It's full length.
Yeah, full length. All right. So it's 5'2".
Mirrors make you look fat.
Go put your high heels on, Bandy.
So they're my stilettos. I told you, only on Sundays, special occasions. And when you come down, I'll pull out the lipstick.
They're platform bloodstones. Don't worry about that.
Oh, no.
All right, now you move that mirror. You're not going to be. Are you? Stand at one size. You're not the same size. Your reflection is different.
Broke up.
Of course I did.
Stop rolling a smoke.
Yes, but if you're directly on top of that mirror, your image is going to be exactly the same size.
If you're directly on top of it, but that photo wasn't taken from directly on top, was it? It was taken from an angle. You're looking at
the
things.
reflection of the island is directly on top of the mirror.
The reflection of the island is on water. You are looking at the island from an angle. You're looking at across the water. So you're not looking directly down.
So you don't have to look directly down on a plane mirror for things to look the same size, Bandit. Doesn't matter which direction you look at things in a plane mirror, they always appear the same size.
Bandy, I've got my mirror on the ground and I've just put a shampoo bottle on top of the mirror. I'm looking at this shampoo bottle and the reflection from one end of the mirror, and both image and the shampoo bottle looks the same.
Fine, I'm getting my mirror and I'm doing exactly the same thing right now.
You can do the same by how to measure how high a tree is by waiting until lunchtime and then take a measurement at sunrise.
I'd pull out a tape measure myself to measure a tree. A lot easier.
Hang on a sec.
Really, you've got a 30 metre tape measure?
Yeah, I do. Actually, I've got a 50 metre tape measure.
And how are you going to get to the top of the tree?
With a big stick and a very tall ladder.
The big stick.
He'll break his legs again.
No. That's all right. He's just going to float up there because he doesn't believe in gravity.
Oh, he'll float. Yep.
Buoyancy and density will sort me out. Don't you worry.
Yeah, that's how you broke your legs, wasn't it?
No, that was just out of fucking stupidity and not having my eye on the ball, so to speak.
The world moved for you that day.
Huh?
For you that day.
You're breaking up for me.
He said the world moved for you that day.
Something bloody well moved. That was for sure.
Next.
Oh, you want more? He's a glutton for punishment, you guys.
No, not another video. I thought we were moving on to another point.
Oh,
yeah.
Still waiting for Bandy to finish his mirror experiment.
I've got to
cops
pull.
just arrived in my street. I might have to go and talk to them.
The cops? What have you done now?
No, they're after the dealer across the road.
Yeah. We'll go put a good word for him.
I have to see if they want to knock on my door or not. It looks like they're going to.
No, just say, look, the guy's all right. He sells good shit.
Just say, piss off, I'm debunking flat Earth, mate.
Bandy, you didn't see the video that I posted the other night of him getting creamed by a car.
No, I didn't actually. What?
I'll show it to you next time you're in.
All right, man.
Soon, anyway.
Yeah, too easy.
Oh, no, they're going. Alright, no problem.
I'm going to get my mirror. Hold on. You've called me out. I'm going to get my fucking mirror.
Yeah, and then slightly bend the mirror and see what happened.
Actually,
put a curve in the mirror and see
He'll get
what
7
happens.
years bad luck.
Well, actually, we have done that little experiment, bending the mirror, haven't we, Terry?
Oh, I didn't bend the mirror.
Well, I bent it. You guys told me to. Like a fool, I did.
Oh, the one on the table.
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't bend very well, did it?
Oh, no, it bent. And debunked what they were trying to prove.
Did it, Terry?
I'm trying to remember that one, Bandy. There was something to do with how much curve something can have.
Yeah. Like when you look at a lake, a still lake, and it mirrors everything. You don't see any curve on the water. And then, who was it that night that told me to bend the mirror?
Oh, I don't know now.
It was probably Paul.
It was probably Paul.
People should know better than to tell you to do something like that.
I don't care.
I know a mirror can flex, but the minutest amount of flex, even a paddle pop stick under the middle of it, it'd be enough to flex it onto a flat surface without breaking.
Yeah, well, my mirror was a bit dodgy. It had all the chips in it, remember? I was scared it was going to break.
And it depends how big the mirror is, too.
It's about 2 foot by 2 foot, the one I was using.
Well, I got a Mr. Sensible fake rain and snow for a bit of a laugh.
Yeah, this one's good.
It's funny. Do you want it?
Yeah, I got it.
Plenty of fake snow in Australia, isn't there?
It's a lot of fake snow up here at the moment.
Well, these snow machines.
It's flake snow, not fake snow. Flake snow.
It's actually quite weird to ski on that man-made snow. When they first put it down, it's a really weird feeling.
Until they've raked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like ice.
It feels very unstable. Very unstable. I reckon. quite impressive though, watching those machines do their stuff. Is this another globe debunker we're watching?
You haven't seen this guy, so
no.
We'll let it speak for itself.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it, Paul. I watched all those videos for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were good, those ones.
That's definitely not a reflection off a flat surface, is it?
No, it's not.
No.
Yeah, he did them a while ago, those ones, I remember.
Yeah, this was years ago.
Here we go, Mr. Sensible.
This will be my last one, Terry, because I've got to go at 3. I've got to drive to Melbourne at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, jeez. My wife wants me to get up at 7:30 in the morning too, so. And plus she'll be ringing me in another little while too for servicing. Don't tell the polar bears.
Hello, and once again, welcome back to Mr. Sensible's channel.
We don't have to pause this one.
I hope you've been enjoying my stuff recently. I've got lots more to come. Today, we're going to look at a channel called The Real Truth Videos. Top tip, if a channel name's got truth in it, it's total hogwash. Almost guaranteed.
Of course, Bandy got a hard on when he heard the word truce.
No, it's fake. Let's see how he does.
I'll have to read that. All clouds, rain and snow are fake. Since 1870, when God sent us the great drought and stopped sending clouds to us, the Masons have countered that by creating their own clouds using chemtrails and hydrogen machines. Now that Isaiah prophecy has come upon us, meaning the sun is way brighter and hotter, the trannies have to spray even more. Otherwise, our flat Earth would be a desert net by now. They are trying to delay the end of times.
What the fuck is a hydrogen machine?
I want to know what trannies have to do with spraying the fucking atmosphere.
The fuck?
I used to have a good friend in school called Peter Mason. I wonder if he's making clouds now in his elderly life.
Was he an Illuminati?
He's a Mason.
He's literally a Mason.
He's a crag. Crag means a person who works with rocks.
Chemtrails have been around like 33 years before we invented planes.
Yes.
It makes sense, doesn't it?
33 years? This is 1870, dude, not 1970.
Yeah, 1903 was, the Wright brothers invented, the first powered flight.
Yeah, but if apparently God stopped sending clouds and stuff in 1870, then how the fuck are we getting clouds like from chemtrails from 1870 when they didn't even have aeroplanes?
Well, they used ducks.
Ducks.
It's all done with microphones and mirrors.
And pixie farts.
Tied spraying devices to ducks and let them go.
Where's he getting this information from?
They got ducks in the sea, they get in the wall.
This is on someone else's video.
Clouds, rain and
okay.
Snow fake since 1870. And God stopped sending clouds to us, and the Masons have been creating their own clouds using chemtrails and hydrogen machines. How the hell were they producing chemtrails in 1870? You do know you need aircraft for this, don't you?
Yes.
And I don't think hydrogen would make
balloons?
clouds.
Or
I think you need particles, silver was it silver iodide or iodine or something? I don't know. And
God, if he doesn't
you
know,
then
I'm
go
not
on
gonna
about the
know.
sun being brighter and hotter. I hope you got some evidence for this. Or are you going to drop in that climate change is proof of this? And you mentioned
Citations,
trannies. What
please.
is it with you flat earthers about transsexuals or transvestites? People are who they are. They don't choose. Did you sit down, I don't know, did you sit down when you were 13 years old and think to yourself, I don't know, am I going to be a guy and fancy girls, or shall I be a transsexual? I'm sure you didn't. You are what you are. I think you guys should leave that alone. It's disgusting that you pick on people just because of how they are. Anyway, so we've been spraying because otherwise the whole earth would be a desert by now. Trying to delay the end of times. Wow. What the hell is that? You just shown some machine. I don't know what it is.
There was what is
some
it?
machine
Jeremy
belching
Clarkson
out
from Top Gear.
some sort of exhaust. Could be steam, could be smoke, could be anything.
JPL.
And then you cut to photos of clouds and rain. Like that's the proof. Did those images come from the same source as that of the machine? No attribution. Ignored. So there's some. You had to get NASA in there somehow. The most feeble little. I don't know.
I think Bandy's
exhaust or
crying
outgassing.
right now.
It could be liquid oxygen evaporating. Anything. Come on, that's pathetic. That will make less clouds than my bloody kettle. There is such a thing as cloud seeding, although it's not regarded as very effectual. That little image there of the aircraft wing may or may not be cloud seeding. I'm not qualified to comment on that, but you've not given a link or an attribution. Try harder. Ah, there's that machine again. NASA machine. Do you think perhaps they're just conducting a rocket test? You know, an engine test? So all that coming out is just exhaust. They're not trying to make it flipping rain. It's just an exhaust. Talk about paranoid.
Not too many people look up these days, obviously, but I'm paying a lot of attention to these chemtrails, these planes, flying by and dropping all this shit all over us. Whether you look up or not,
and he's standing out in
I'm going to show you exactly what's going on, okay?
Yeah, this is what's happening. Contrails form as moisture in the air condenses and freezes around soot particles in jet engine exhausts. In certain conditions, they can spread and merge, forming thin cirrus clouds covering thousands of square miles. They can persist for hours and warm the atmosphere. It's the same way that clouds form, or water droplets around particles. And actually, that's how cloud seeding works as well.
It's mid-April right now, and it's freaking snowing, for one. Look outside here. I'm going to go and grab some of this snow. Okay,
exciting music. This better be worth it.
That's fake snow. It's not real snow.
It's kind of weird, okay? It's kind of weird. It doesn't melt.
Oh, you made a snowball.
You know, he expects that really cold stuff is supposed to melt from his body heat.
Out of my sky over my town. I'm going to show you something. Okay? Watch closely.
What's he doing?
Look at this, guys. Snow's not melting.
Snow on fire.
Burning black.
That's just the soot of the flame because it hasn't.
It's not melting at all, guys. Look at this.
Yeah, because it's not hot enough to melt the ice.
Yep.
Look at this, guys. Not a drip of water yet. Nothing. Burning black.
He's got it compacted, that's why.
Tell me, what is this? What are they dumping on us?
When it comes to heat as well.
There's obviously something
flame is
going
not the
on
hottest flame on Earth.
with this crap.
I bet you if he put it in a fry pan on top of a stove, it would melt.
Yeah, that's just the soot off the
Do you have
flame.
any idea of the amount of energy it takes to melt ice? All you've got there is the soot from the flame appearing on the snow. And because the snow's white, it shows up really easily.
So you all get to see me grab some fresh snow. All right. I'm going to pat it into a ball. And when you put snow to a fire, it's supposed to melt. But this right here is going to turn black.
God, not another one. Look, you've got a little feeble-ass flame and a great big
I can't
lump
do
of
that. I haven't
snow.
got any snow around
You
me at
need
the
an
moment.
awful lot of heat to melt that snow. And again, the black is just soot. And looking closely at your vid, guess what we can see? Drips of water.
Yeah, I seen
Have a
that.
good look.
I seen a drip of water. That dripped. So it did melt it a little bit.
Oh look, water. It melting.
Melting, melting. I'm melting.
Fail a lot.
2, 3. Ouch, my fingers are burning now. This ice is warming up, this lump is warming up, it's not fucking melting.
You're a fucking tusser.
More of you. Go on, clear off. We're not interested anymore.
How many of these ice melters are out
melts, but requires a lot of heat. Get it?
Oh my god, look at all those chemtrails. Chemtrails everywhere. Must be causing all this fake snow. Oh my god, chemtrails and fake snow.
Jeez.
Oh man.
Oh, look at all
I
that
was
fake
thinking,
snow. That's a lot of fake
Do you own
snow.
any teaspoons? If so, would you still happen to have the receipt for them? Because if so, I think you need to take them back to the store. And when they ask you why you want your money back, tell them that you're too stupid to be considered safe with dangerous implements. So since 1870, you're saying we haven't had clouds, rain and snow without it having been faked. It's a good job these masons who are faking all this clouds causing rain and snow, it's a good job they love polar bears and made all those gigatons of ice for them at the poles. Flat earthers often talk about the earth being an infinite plane with us limited by the ice wall. However, the level of dumb out there is actually without limits. I hope you all enjoyed today. I certainly did.
I wish I could
Please,
get some fake
if
snow.
you haven't already, have a look at the Conspiratard Cheese Awards nomination show. I put links here because you can now vote. Voting closes end of August.
My
If you
question
haven't
is,
already,
okay,
please
so
consider subscribing.
the snow in the US is fake because of chemtrails.
Mm-hmm.
But what about the snow in Antarctica where no planes go?
Haven't got
Yeah,
an
but
answer for that one.
Qantas flies there all the time.
Yeah, one plane.
I don't know.
No,
Qantas
it's
flies
heaps
there.
of planes.
They do, I think it's...
How many?
10 trips or something during our summer.
Here we go.
Something along those lines.
No, Bandy's typing.
To make all that snow.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm saying there are planes to go there. I'm not saying they make chemtrails. I'm saying they go there. Flight over there. And they leave from Melbourne and Sydney airports. 12-hour flight.
13.
13, is it?
Yeah, 13 from Sydney.
Oh, yeah, 12 from Melbourne. And I think from the top of my head, I think it's something like $1,500 for a seat.
$12,000.
Yeah.
$12,000 for a seat per person.
And they fly over it and do figure of eights over the top of Arctic region, so that everyone gets a good view of the whole lot.
Yeah. Yeah, they just fly around the edge of the ice wall. They don't go right over it to the other side.
I believe Critical Think and Greater Sapien have a video that disproves that.
Yes. There's Wolfie.
Anyway, I'm going to drop. Got to get some sleep before I drive. So
there is such a thing as cloud
Good talking to you again, mate.
Thanks for
See you, buddy.
Yeah, I don't think I want to go for too much longer anyway. So.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to shut it down, buddy.
It's 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I think we'll make that one the last one.
We've been going for what, 4 hours or so?
Yeah, 4 hours and 5 minutes.
There we go. That's a good stint.
Yeah. I have gone longer, but not much longer.
Yeah, we're getting into movie night territory.
Yeah. I'll close all that, so we don't need that going.
It's just still raining in the cricket. Let me have a look. These are the important things. Must be.
What's happening?
Well, I'm about to close up here. So, thanks for everyone for dropping in, and we'll see you on Saturday, hopefully.
We'll see the crowd next time.
And we welcome back Bandy back into civilization.
Yeah, back into the fray.
Thank you, kindly,
lucky
guys.
legs back again.
Yes, it was a good warm-up show.
Well, and hopefully Bandy will be a regular on our streams.
Well, hopefully we've got to bring you guys back down to earth, right? Get you on a level plane, right?
Congratulations on your new grandson.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty.
Yeah, enjoy it. Make sure you suck up all that youthful goodness.
Every time he shits himself, make sure you hand him back.
I definitely hand him back, but it is surprising how kids make you feel young. It is surprising.
Well, I'm really young then. Okay, guys.
All right, guys.
Good night, everyone.
Next
All right,
time.
nighty night.
Bye, YouTube.
Okay, we're stopped.
We're stopped. We're clear.
Yeah, we're clear.
Okay then.
Okay.
Now the fun.
I'm going back to just the normal Discord for now.
All right, we'll see you in there.
Yeah. Oh, there you all are.
Oh.
Harry, you're still live on YouTube.
I said stop stream.